Hello, everyone, and welcome to the TradeWinds Shipowners Forum China 2026. We are delighted to be back in China. We always love coming to Shanghai, and it really is brilliant to see so many of you here today with us. Just a few basic housekeeping rules. Apart from the scheduled lunch and coffee breaks, we have no fire drills planned for today. So if you do hear an alarm go off, please just calmly make your way through the designated exits to the right and back into the hotel. Thank you. Without our sponsors, these events would not be possible. So we'd like to express our sincere gratitude to all of them for supporting this event today. We also encourage you to download the event app. You can do so by scanning the QR code that you see up here on the screen, or on the back of your name badge, or indeed on the banner just outside the room. The benefit of the app is that you can actually not only look at the agenda or the information about the speakers, you can use it to connect with other delegates, and crucially, if time permits, you can submit questions during the panels, and then our moderators will check and actually take your questions and ask them to the speakers. So it's a really good way to interact with the speakers that you'll be seeing on stage today. The way to do it is you just download the event app, you log in with the email address that you've registered with, and the password is China 2026. The hotel Wi-Fi is Marriott Bonvoy, and please select walk-in guest. Anyone who hasn't yet scanned the QR code, here's another chance. If not, it's on the back of your name badge or just outside on the banner there. Last thing is that if you do take any photos, we'd be really grateful if you could just tag us with hashtag TradeWinds events. That actually makes it easier for us to repost your photos on all forms of social media. So yes, anyone taking photos, that would be really lovely of you. Without any further ado, I'd like to welcome TradeWinds editor and your host for the day, Mr. Craig Eason.
Thank you very much, Alex, and good morning, everybody. Welcome to the event from me. My name's Craig Eason. Those of you who've been before have seen me moderate this event now for a couple of years in a row. I like to get your engagement, as you know, with this event. So, as Alex said, please download that app and use the Q&A function on it to send me your questions. It means that I don't have to think too much during the day, which is always a good help for me. And I get to know what you're thinking as well. So, you're the experts in the room, not me. I'm skilled in moderating and asking questions, but you're skilled in the industry and knowing what questions you want to have answered. So I'm going to be here to try and do that for you. We've got 4 panel sessions during the course of today that are going to delve into the current market situation, global trends. We'll be looking at the work of the lessors, technology, and then the shipbuilding market. So use that Q&A to get your questions into me and to the other moderators of the panels. That would be a great help. As we know, there's a lot going on in the world at the moment, so we're going to hopefully have quite an in-depth conversation during the day. And it'll be a great honor if you could just sort of engage with me with that, and the panelists as well, and the speakers. We've got some presentations coming in for you as well. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our keynotes to come and do an opening address. Li Zeliang, if I have pronounced that name correctly, from Shanghai Municipal Transportation Commission. Please, if you could come to the stage.
各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家上午好。 很高兴在春暖花开的美好时节，与各位业界同仁相聚在2026贸易风中国船东论坛。首先，我谨代表上海市交通委员会对论坛的举办表示热烈的祝贺，对各位嘉宾和朋友表示诚挚的欢迎，对大家长期以来给予中国航运业及上海国际航运中心建设的支持表示最诚挚的感谢。航运业是连通各国经济发展、促进国际贸易往来的重要保障，也是世界各国人民友好往来的重要纽带。一直以来，我国始终坚持走和平发展的道路，始终不渝奉行互利共赢，主动担当作为，积极开拓海上朋友圈，以海运助推深化改革开放，稳定全球贸易往来。这背后离不开广大中国的船东、船厂、航运资本所做出的积极的努力，为推动全球航运业可持续发展不断贡献着中国智慧和力量。作为中国的经济中心城市和改革开放的前沿窗口，上海积极推进国际航运中心建设，为推动全球航运高水平可持续发展努力贡献上海智慧。我们持续优化港口的能源结构，推动航运业绿色低碳转型，实现国产绿色甲醇燃料的机械、存储及全流程的作业。铁章箱码头实现岸电100%双覆盖。国际航行船舶保税 NG 加注，船到船的加注量位列世界的前列，推动更多利益相关方参与共建洛杉矶、汉堡等绿色航运走廊。我们也积极推进数字赋能，提升航运的运行效率。上海上线航运数字化平台，截至今年的2月底，累计已经签发的电子提单超过了60万票，电子放货的比例超过了40%，进口集装箱换单的时间缩短了50%。我们也努力维护市场的平稳发展，为全球企业提供风险的管理产品，推动航运指数期货于2023年的8月份成功上市。截至2月底，航运指数期货的总的成交金额已经累计突破了5.6万亿人民币，日均成交的金额约100亿人民币，为产业链各方提供了套期的保值、对冲风险的有效手段。女士们、先生们、朋友们，当前世界之变、时代之变、历史之变正以前所未有的方式展开。在全球产业链、供应链深度调整的背景下，我们将结合上海国际航运中心建设，进一步做强全球化的服务能力，为实现更高水平的全球航运治理贡献更多的力量。同时，推进国际航运业平稳、健康、可持续、高质量的发展，也离不开全球航运人齐心协力，共赢挑战。我们希望能够借此机会，听到各方对于维护国际贸易稳定、推动国际航运可持续发展、支撑全球运力发展的宝贵意见和建议，也希望航运各界能够通过此次论坛，进一步凝聚共识，深化创新，顺应形势，合作共赢。今年的10月份，2026北外滩国际航运论坛将再度在上海隆重举行。我们将为全球航运业提供交流合作的国际化平台。我也想借此机会向航运各界发出邀请，欢迎大家届时参加2026北外滩国际航运论坛，共创国际航运美好未来。期待大家的持续关注和热情的参与。最后，预祝本次论坛圆满成功，也衷心祝愿各位幸福安康、事业顺遂。谢谢。
Thank you. Thank you very much for those opening remarks. I think as we just heard there, and we're going to see that the role that China plays in the global shipping industry has strengthened over the years, certainly since I started writing as a journalist back in 2000, I can't remember when, 2004, 2005. It's a different world, and China has built up its presence a lot. So we're going to go into the first session now, looking at trade tariffs and finance and how Chinese companies respond to being in the line of fire of Donald Trump with the global issues that we've got going on at the moment, with all the issues in the Middle East. So we're going to move into that session, but to help us build a picture for that, I'd like to invite Ralph Bezezinski. I've probably just completely butchered your name, I'm really sorry, to give us an opening address. He's from Banchero Costa. I did get your name totally wrong, didn't I?
It's Leszczyński.
Okay.
My name is, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ralph Leszczyński from Banchero Costa. In this presentation, I will provide a brief overview of the main developments in the tanker and dry bulk sectors in recent times. I will focus a bit more on the tanker side, given that that's the market where, well, more things have been happening in recent years and recent weeks as well, to be honest. Starting with tankers, let's look first at the supply side, the fleet side. On this graph, I show the annual deliveries of crude tankers over the last 10 years in the current order book. As you can see, how does the pen work here? As you can see, the last 2 years, 2024, 2025, have seen very low levels of new building deliveries for tankers, which is one of the reasons underpinning the recent strength of the tanker market we have seen over the last year. But we have also seen a big increase in orders, in new building orders for tankers, to the point that this is the current order book expected for 2027, 2028, which, as you can see, is much higher than what we have seen over the last decade. That said, if we look at the longer-term picture of the last 30 years, you can see that the order book is not as scary as it would appear at first sight. Because what we do expect now to get in terms of deliveries over the next 3 years is roughly in line with what was being built 20 years ago. And these vessels here, built in the early 2000s, are essentially due for demolition soon. So we are in the realm of fleet replacement rather than fleet growth. So these vessels are just going to go and replace this old tonnage here. So the overall, the age profile looks quite balanced, with the order book more or less covering pure fleet replacement. That said, actual demolitions over the last 2 or 3 years have been very low, but that's only because a lot of old tankers, rather than being demolished, old tankers which no longer fulfill the criteria for major approvals to do normal trades for normal large oil companies, have been pushed into doing shadow trades for Russian crude, Venezuelan crude, Iranian crude. So we have seen low demolition because all these old vessels have been pushed into the shadow fleets. Over the last couple of months, with the US finally pressuring India to stop importing Russian oil, we have seen a lot of attacks by the Ukrainians against shadow fleet vessels in the Black Sea. We have seen a little bit of trend of maybe the shadow fleet going away, but of course, what is happening now in the Middle East is kind of gonna reverse that. In terms of net fleet growth, we have seen essentially zero growth in the fleet over the last 2 years, with the order book as it is. And if the trend for old tankers just go into the shadow fleet rather than being demolished continues for another couple of years, we could face quite a bump up in net fleet growth, so something like 5% of 2027. But of course, this entirely depends on how many old vessels will actually be demolished and how much will actually go into the shadow fleet. Now, even more interesting in recent times is the demand side. And a lot has been happening. Well, for a start, the Russian war in Ukraine is now going on for 4 years. The main consequence from a shipping and oil point of view was that Europe stopped importing Russian oil. So Russian oil still loaded in Western Russia, so in the Baltic Sea, in the Black Sea, rather than going short haul to Europe, it's going very long haul all the way to India or even to China. And it's all Aframax and Suezmaxes because the draft restrictions on VLCCs loading in Russia. So you're having a very long haul trade on small vessels, extremely inefficient and extremely positive for shipping demand, shipping ton miles. We have seen Europe actually increasing imports from the US Gulf, which is again much longer distance than from Russia. In general, many more exports from the US Gulf. We have seen an increase in Canadian exports to China, which is another interesting consequence of Trump foreign policy, that Canada is now exporting crude oil to China. And we have seen a big increase in exports from South America, Brazil and Guyana here. Again, mostly going all the way to Asia, to China, Japan, India. So again, another very long haul trade. So over the last 3-4 years, all the geopolitical and new export capacity development have been positive for oil demand, for tanker demand, for tanker trade. Unfortunately, what is happening over the last 2 weeks with the new war in the Middle East is unfortunately the opposite, because this is going to destroy demand. To see how important it is, look here at crude oil export volumes, seaborne. We're looking here at the first 2 months of this year. The Arabian Gulf, which is Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Iraq, Kuwait, and Iran, but the big chunk is Saudi Arabia and UAE and Iraq. It accounts for 39% of all seaborne crude oil trades, way ahead of the 11% from South America, the 9% from Russia. And even though you can see here that exports from South America have increased in recent years, exports from Russia are stable. But this one is not really replaceable. If this is out of the market, if tankers cannot load in the Persian Gulf, they cannot load Saudi crude, UAE crude, Abu Dhabi crude, it's not really any easy replacement, because you cannot bump up US exports or Russian exports to replace this. Even Russia, despite all the sanctions, is still exporting exactly the same volumes as they did before the war. They just shifted destination. They exported to India rather than to Europe. But there's no spare capacity in Russia that if you take away the sanctions on Russia, Russia can export more. No, they export at capacity. So if you take out the Middle East export, there's no replacement. So this will be total destruction of demand, and of course will be negative for shipping. Now, where is crude oil going? Mostly to Asia these days. China itself accounts for 24% of all seaborne crude oil. Another 20% to Europe, 12% to Southeast Asia, 11% to India, 5% to China, to Japan, 5% to South Korea. But anyway, the majority of oil trade goes to Asia these days. But if you look in particular at Arabian Gulf exports, this for 70% goes to Asia. Out of the Arabian Gulf, 23% goes to China, 16% goes to India, 16% goes to Southeast Asia, 12% goes to Japan, 10% goes to South Korea, only 6% to Europe, 3% to the United States. So if crude oil exports from the Arabian Gulf shut down, this is Asia's problem and China's problem, which of course, why it doesn't really matter to Trump. Of course, the only thing which indirectly matters to Trump at this point is oil prices. But so when Trump is now saying, as in recent days, that it's China or Japan which should send their battleships to police the Hormuz Straits, he kind of has a point, because it is Asia's problem if oil doesn't flow from Saudi, from Iraq. In fact, if you look at Chinese imports, Chinese crude oil imports, again, the first 2 months of this year, 38% of China's crude oil imports, seaborne imports, came from the Arabian Gulf. So again, this is not replaceable. Now, of course, it's not a sudden issue, because China has strategic reserves of oil which supposedly can last for 200 days. So if the Hormuz Strait is closed for a week, 2 weeks, it's not a big deal. But if it gets closed for months, it is a problem, because China cannot just go and deplete all its strategic reserves. And there's no spare capacity anywhere in the world to replace this. Now, looking here at the map of the Hormuz Strait and the Persian Gulf, there's sort of attention about the strait, but the problem is not so much in the strait, because over the last 2 weeks, Iran has been targeting with missiles, with drones, vessels all around the area. There have been vessels hit by Iranian drones, even just outside Abu Dhabi, even near Kuwait and in Iraq. So even here, vessels have been hit. Even this morning or tonight, a tanker was supposedly hit by an Iranian missile just outside Fujairah. So again, outside the Gulf, outside several homes. So it's not even a question of the strait itself. It's the whole area which is the problem. Now, technically, the strait is not closed, because no one's actually physically closing it. But as long as missiles and drones are being sent at vessels, in a similar way to what was happening with the Houthis in the Red Sea, most vessels, especially tankers, are simply afraid of being hit. So are afraid of going there. And it's not even, despite some assurances by the Iranian authorities that are only targeting American interests or Israeli interests, because any kind of vessel have been hit. At least a dozen vessels have been hit by Iranian missiles or drones over the last 2 weeks, including, for example, a vessel from Precious Shipping, which is a Thailand, Bangkok-based shipowner with Indian management. So they have no part in the conflict, and even they were hit in the Persian Gulf. So, of course, most vessels, most shipowners are afraid of going there. Some are still going. So we do hear reports of some even like Greek shipowners still going in, loading Saudi crude and going out. But of course, with freight rates being offered up to like $1 million per day, of course, like, some are gonna try, but we are talking about 2, 3, 4 vessels. In the scale of things, it's a small thing. Now, what are the alternatives if vessels cannot load, cannot cross the straits and cannot go into the Persian Gulf? Now, Saudi Arabia has an east-west pipeline. So crude, because most of the deposits of oil are here, they can use this pipeline to Yanbu on the Red Sea and load vessels here. Technically, the capacity is of up to 7 million barrels per day, which is almost equal to the whole normal export from Saudi. So Saudi can, in theory, export everything from the Red Sea. The problem is that to go to China or to Asia, you still have to cross the Red Sea and cross the Yemen Straits. The Houthis in Yemen, at the moment, they're quiet. We have not seen any strikes from Yemen on vessels over the last 2 weeks. But this could change any time. So at the moment, there is the option of loading in Yanbu and going Red Sea to Asia. But for how long? And of course, the Iranians can always strike the pipeline. They can strike Yanbu. So there is another pipeline in the UAE from Abu Dhabi to Fujairah, which also bypasses the strait. But then technically, so what? Because again, Fujairah port has also been hit a number of times these 2 weeks. And as I mentioned already, this morning, tonight, a tanker was hit just offshore Fujairah. So this doesn't really help. And for Kuwait, Iraq, there's no option. There's no way for them to bypass the Persian Strait. Now, of course, if you take out 10, 20%, now, one more thing. If you take out the whole Middle East, Saudi, UAE, Iraqi exports, you're taking out up to 18 million barrels per day, which is 40% of total exports. Technically, with the pipelines going on, and Iran technically still is exporting, and Iran also can load here outside. So in theory, half of that can still be loaded using all the bypasses. But 10 million barrels per day, you cannot replace. Now, of course, this has an impact on oil prices. Oil prices have increased. I think they are like $103 for Brent as of last night, which is a lot, which has increased a lot compared to 60 it was a month ago, but it's still actually not at the levels it was 3 years ago. So the oil markets are kind of still pricing in that things will be short term, that things will resolve in the space of a couple of weeks. I think, because you cannot explain otherwise. Because if people were expecting things to remain like this with Hormuz shut for months, oil can go to 200, to be honest. And the point is that the higher oil prices go, of course, this leads to destruction of demand, damage to economies, and this will go across the board, because if oil prices go up, inflation goes up, economies weaken, this will affect not only tanker demand, will affect dry bulk demand, will affect container demand, because everything is dependent on economic growth. Rates have been positive for tankers already before this whole crisis because of low fleet growth, because of strong demand, strong volumes in recent months. I guess in part also because people were anticipating, because it was a build-up for this attack on Iran already going on for the last 2 months. So people also anticipated loadings before that. And with India avoiding Russian oil in recent months, there have been a build-up in floating storage of Russian oil. So tanker rates have already been going strong recent months. Of course, it was a further spike now with tankers stuck in Hormuz, and tankers needed as soon as possible for loading in Yanbu. So you see this spike. But if things persist and there will be actually less cargo to load, and all those floating storage of Russian oil going to India and those vessels becoming free, all this is negative in the medium-term perspective for tankers. We have seen prices, second-hand prices, new building prices also going up in recent months. Now let's quickly, because I have only a few minutes, cover dry bulk. It's less exciting in dry bulk. In terms of deliveries and order book, things are quite stable the last 10 years. The order book is roughly in line with what we had previous years. The order book is also just slightly above demolition level from 20 years ago. We expect about 3% net growth in the fleet in the coming years, which is perfectly in line with previous years and in line with demand, because demand for dry bulk has also been growing around 3% or so a year over the last 3-4 years. So things are pretty stable and positive. Here you have I show the main commodities carried by dry bulk. Now, a note again on the Middle East. The impact of the closure of the Persian Gulf of Hormuz is much less important for dry bulk than for tankers. There are cargoes being loaded in the Persian Gulf, like limestone, like some types of fertilizers. There are some imports into the Gulf, like grains or some iron ore for the steel mills in Bahrain. But in this global scale of things, we are talking about 1%, maximum 2% of global trade. So it should not impact in a significant way overall dry bulk trades. If anything, there could be a positive line here, because with LNG exports from Qatar being disrupted, and countries again like China or Japan or Korea relying so heavily on Qatari LNG for power generation, we could see those countries like China or Japan or Korea shifting to coal again to replace LNG for power generation. So we could actually have a silver lining here of increased coal demand from Asian countries, perhaps even European countries. So overall, the picture for dry bulk from the situation could even be positive. Now, rates are kind of okay. Prices have been going up. Time charter rates have been going up. Prices have been going up, especially for Cape sizes, because we have seen a very strong growth in iron ore, and especially in bauxite, with the new developments of West African bauxite going Cape size. So especially for Cape size, we have seen positive trends. Okay, I think I ran out of time, so I'm going to stop here. But if you have any questions, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralph, for setting the scene for us for this next panel session and putting some numbers to what's been going on as well in terms of the developments here. So into our first panel then. So could I invite our panelists to come up to the stage? Judy Chen from Norden, Zhao Qingfeng from the China Shipowners Association, Mark Young from Cetus Maritime, Zhang Hao from Shandong Shipping Tanker, Henning Torb from Tordal Management, and John Collander from Stena. If you could try, if you've been here before, you know to try and sit exactly underneath your photograph, then everybody knows who everybody is. So this session is going to, we'll lift off some of the comments we heard from Ralph there, talking about some of the markets, and of course there are key topics that we want to address as well. Musical chairs. Okay. Good. Yeah. Thank you. So we're going to sort of kick off and get this sort of picture sort of rolling in terms of how we see global trade impacting your sectors as well, whether it's dry bulk or tankers and whatever. And we'll see sort of that global picture, how what's happening in the Middle East is overlaying on top of the market conditions and the issues that we had. You know, we had the tariffs, we had port fees, we had the global markets. You know, it's been a very good market for a number of different sectors as well. So there's a lot for us to try and cram in before we send everybody for lunch. So maybe, actually, Mr. Qingfeng, maybe we could start with you, please. Could you sort of maybe give us a flavor for how you see the sort of global trends from a Chinese ship owner's perspective? What's your sort of take on the current markets as you see them, please?
谢谢主持人先生。然后您的问题好像跟我之前就是得到的这个提纲不太一样。然后我试着努力这个回答您的问题，尽我最大的努力。然后去年的这个时候，然后我也向大家 在这个台上，也是这位非常英俊的主持人主持之下，给大家做了交流。而上次的会议之后，我很快就去了美国的华盛顿，参加了美国 USTR 的301的听证会，然后也表达了中国相关的观点。去年的航运这个301，我觉得应该是引起了全球不同国家的船东、造船还是物流相关方的参与。然后我可以用接下来的数据与大家进行交流，比如说提交评论意见，大概是510条评论意见，其中支持美国观点的只有47条，也就是说90%都是反对美国的。它这些数据之中是包括国际组织，像冰口、SS、World Shipping Council、WSC、中国，包括欧洲船东协会、亚洲船东协会相关的企业主体，包括美国国内的相关方。而另外一个数据就是现场参加听证会的大概应该是60家参加听证会，听证会的支持方也只有10几家，也就是说依旧是绝大部分都是反对了美国自己的观点，而且支持方仅限于工会或者是大家看到的这个韩华个别的公司，其实绝大部分也是反对美国相关的政策的。大家也看到了，去年4月17号，美国公布了311政策，而中国在10月14号也同样提出了我方的中方的一个反制政策。去年的巨大波动还是引起大家的这个航运引起了重大变化但是我觉得其中关税从4月2号左右影响了我们对311的判断，关税已经远远超过了311的影响。从这两点来看的话，我们航运正如我之前的观点一样，航运是在国际海事组织、在联合国贸发会、在国际通用规则之下开展的贸易合作。我们的造船、我们的零部件、我们的供应商、我们的各种设备都是来自全球大合作的一个产物。这是造船领域是全球合作的产物。我们航运企业也是一样的。我们的船东它可能是多元的，它有很多不同的股份，很多的合作。我们的船舶管理公司也是有的合作的，比如说贝氏，然后它也有和北京的一家公司叫华阳海事的有合资公司。然后我们的船员也是多元化的，也有很多外籍船员在中国的船上工作，当然也有一些中国的船员在外籍船上合作。我们是在一个公平开放的环境之中开展大量的一个合作的，并没有就是一家独大，或者说由一家来说了算这种局面。我们比如说去年之后，我们与这个瓦西兰或者是很多企业建立起友好的合作。我们开玩笑的说，可能这条船上船长也许是中国的，但是船舶的心脏也许就是瓦西兰的。确实，每个船舶都是这样的一个广泛的合作。当然了，刚才我前面有很多领导，包括专家专业的分析，我觉得每个专家的分析可能有自己的独到之处，但是大方向上基本上趋同的，也就造成了引来了咱们来自全球的各位观众齐聚一堂。也就是说，航运是一个开放的，是一个 open 的状态。中国的航运市场，中国的航运公司也是一个秉持开放的心态与大家合作。也就促成了去年10月份之后，应该是经过5轮的中美谈判，双方握手言和。目前美国是推迟了311调查1年。当然，现在中美双方刚刚结束了他们法国的这个谈判，听起来还不错。也许我们认为，也许航运301也许就终止了，然后也许是看在了中国对于美国大豆，包括它的这个钢铁或者是相关的粮食石油、油气相关的一种产业合作，大家是互惠共赢的、互通有无的。然后中国与美国的这种deal 这种交易应该是公平的，并没有是因为一方来欺负另一方这种存在。 所以我觉得大家也看到了，目前双方领导人互动也非常的友好频繁。我们认为接下来可能会相对比较稳定的状态。当然，我是一种民间的身份去揣测这个事情，然后也就是回答了一下这个301或者是关税相关的影响。但是不可避免的就是我们也面临着很多其他的问题，就比如说这个霍尔木兹海峡的事情。大家通过海事卫星监测也会发现，大概1000多条船还在其中，偶尔还会有相关的船舶被袭击，然后很不幸的是，有一些船员也失去了生命，非常的惋惜。正如我应该也是接受了咱们TradeWinds 的相关访问，我也是最开始就表达了对船员关切的一个观点。正如 IMO 秘书长这个相关官员啊，或者是领导表达的观点一样的，我觉得最应该值得同情的是相关的船员。我们也非常希望是不是有一个窗口期，双方停下来，美国、伊朗以色列停下来休战那么一段时间。48小时或者3小时，让我们的船舶赶快都出来，这是大家有希望的事情。因为我们在这种危机之下，对能源啊或者是物质已经不重要了，最主要的是这些鲜活的生命，也就是全球共同关心的事情。当然，回到这个航运本身，它是服务贸易的一部分，它为咱们的能源，为咱们的这个相关的服务，然后大家不单单看到了油和 LNG 气体，也包括这种硫磺，包括这个甲醇等相关的化工原料，这些都影响到下游的这种工业生产，也关系到农业。我们真的之前会说航运企业与国际局势负相关，世界越动荡，航运越发大财。我们坚决的反对这样的声音，这也不是我们希望的东西。我们并不会因为这种战乱而感到高兴，更多的是我们需要一个长期主义，我们需要与上下游合作，与贸易商合作，共同来开展工作。然后无论是从这个相关的设备商到船舶的生产，到我们的船东的这种航商贸易，到我们的这种货物，应该是一个长期的一种合作关系。不要因为要发这种临时的一个冒险行为或者赌博的行为去发这种快钱。大家也看到了，个别的公司可能在战争之前购买了或者是租赁了大概120-130条的 VLCC，这个很amazing 的事情。然后因为它关联到很多问题，老旧船舶肯定涉及到油污风险，也涉及到这个安全等等。但为什么它会在战争之前能够盈利？我们没有任何理由相信，绝大部分船舶不会这么选择的。我们更多的是要有长期稳定的合作。我们与金融方、与贸易方与这个相关方产生了一个友好的这种几方合约之后，才会下单，才会合作。我们不会去发这种战争财。但是现在确实是发生了，大家所看到的一样。另外呢，刚才说的是油的方面，我觉得还是希望有关国家能够停下来去谈判，然后我们珍爱生命，共同的去努力。另外就是关于集装箱和散货，目前大家也观察到了这个欧洲可能存在这个堵港的问题，这也是我们很关心的问题。希望能够尽快能解决。然后散货方向，我觉得接下来可能粮食或者大家工作的重点，也许会成为这一个重点。大家也看到了，我好像并没有说太多关于运价高低的问题。其实我们船东，正如我的逻辑是一贯的，我们并不太关心能赚多少钱，更关心的是能够一个稳定的、持续发展的状态去开展合作。因为我们无论是中国的船东还是国际的船东，过去10年的这种发展都是与金融方，然后以租赁、银行、以相关的基金，然后与不同的这种贸易逐步发展而来的。整体上我还是希望更加友好、更加 和平的一种合作状态。无论是举任何一个发展比较快的企业，还是某一个比较传统、非常有生命力的就是这种设备商，他坚持一贯的都是自己的服务、自己的品质，然后一个稳定、安全或者是可信赖的这样的一个品质。好，谢谢。
Good, thank you. Can I take that point a little bit then? And one of the key elements that you addressed there is about the opportunities around now. You want to see collaboration, you want to see stability, you said. But in any market, there is always instability. There's opportunity for some. You called it profiteering, and there's an element of that. So let me go to some of the other panelists now and just get your thoughts on just that point about being able to take the opportunity out of disruption, or whether we want that sort of level of collaboration and long-termism. So let's go to Mark Young from CETUS, please. Just think about the market. It's the current shipping markets that we've got. We seem to have, as a journalist, I seem to have one topic after another, one major global question mark. They usually revolve around Donald Trump at the moment, but my point is there's one thing after the other. It's not little stories, it's big global stories that seem to be tripping over each other to come into our news feeds. Now, is that giving you an opportunity, or like Zhao Qingfeng said there, do you want to see the more stability so you can develop those long-term strategies, those long-term relationships?
Okay, I will speak in Chinese. 作为这个船公司的管理者来说，stability is something I dreamed every day. 我在那个 USTR 发生了以后，包括在中国的反制措施出来以后，大家可以想到，作为这个公司的管理者，我有好几个 sleepless night, thinking 怎么去look at all the structure of our company, look at our trading pattern, try to understand how to operate our ships, and try to meet the requirements of the US government and the requirements of Chinese government. Same with the disruptions in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf. People can also imagine that I also have several sleepless nights, trying to concern about some of our vessels supposed to calling the port. And we try to find solutions with our good charter and trying to find a way that we try to avoid these dangerous places, the war zone. Same for the vessels in the place, in the Gulf, discharging. You know, we need to constantly talk with our crews and talk with the charter and talk with our insurance company and trying to find the solutions for the vessels. 所以从这个管理者来说，我当然不希望 disruptions， 但是 disruptions 确实给了航运很多新的机会。比如说最简单的一点，我们公司在每年的年初都会去预测这个市场 ，to put a budget into our operation。在我毫无讳言讲，就说在今年的前面的2个多月的时间，市场比我们原先的预测相对来说比较乐观的估计可能更好一些。当然有很多原因，那个 disruptions 是一个原因 ，geopolitical tensions 也是个原因 ，trade war 带来了很多那个 global supply chain 的那个 pattern changed。So created a lot of inefficiency 也是个原因。So people like to say that disruptions they always bring the good opportunities to the ship owners, because the disruptions that means the inefficiency, and the inefficiencies helps the supply and demands in favor of the owners. So yes, 但是对于我来说 in order to take those opportunities, you need to do a lot of work. And that including to find a good customers that you can trust to work with. So in case when things go wrong, you will be able to find the solutions together instead of trying to look at the charter parties trying to find who is in the better legal position. So, and also the disruptions also means a lot of new market open up. So with the new market open up, there's also a lot of challenge. Some places are highly congested, and then some places have all these special natures. So in order to catch those opportunities, it's need a lot of work. 所以说这是一个非常 imperfect world, but actually, and我说过我有很多这个 sleepless night, but actually I enjoyed every moment of that. Thank you.
Many enjoyable sleepless nights. Let's get at Shanghai. Obviously, tankers. Many sleepless nights for you as well, I imagine. But did you enjoy them? Are you enjoying the sleepless nights?
No, because every morning I wake up, maybe early in 5 or 6 o'clock, what always have been changed. Last night maybe we also have some of our vessels on a very high rate, but the other day the charter mate told us, sorry, we cannot lift us up. And some of our top managers, you know, we as a state-owned company, we cannot act that quick. So some of the managers may ask, why you lose this TC or why you lose this feature? I have told him because Trump. So before I share my perspective, I would like to start with a tweet I came across recently. The gist was this: all the experts' data and complex models cannot compete with when Trump's tweet or policy change. The reality of today's market that you can analyze until you are blue in the face, but the price move on Trump's whim. He has driven both up market booms and crashes during his time as a president. Markets always keep swimming between surprise and shocks. So in Chinese, I can say, 实际上就是一顿分析猛如虎，涨跌全看特朗普。So what's always changing especially for the tanker owner, especially we have some sports also we have some vessels TC out to some charters, and the charters always ask us if you can go someplace somewhere near the strait. I'm afraid to answer the question of this. All the message come to me midnight or early morning. As a state-owned company, safety is our first priority. We cannot to seek such high prices or features. Safety is our first priority. So it's very hard for ship owners to make decisions, especially like Shandong Shipping.
Do you have any vessels in the Gulf at the moment, by the way?
Sorry?
Do you have any vessels in the Arabian Gulf at the moment? You don't?
No,
Okay.
we are afraid of that.
Yeah, okay.
I got some news that the Iran Coast Guard may send a message or call the bridge of the vessels. Maybe it was told on the Danacom vessels. They asked the vessel to turn around back to the Gulf, or maybe you face a bomb or helicopter. So even we as a Chinese owner, maybe China has a good relationship with Iran, but we do business in international market. We cannot try that venture.
Yeah. So even though you think there is a sort of not agreement, but there is the opportunity for, well, Iran may turn around and say to China, okay, you're kind of our ally, we will not board or we will not attack. You don't necessarily trust that because it's in a war area. We've seen
No
friendly
one
fire.
can confirm the accuracy of their bomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thinking of attacks, John.
I knew it. I think my microphone here works, so
Yeah.
please shoot.
It was the Stena Imperative.
Yes, I also checked after
Yes.
we talked. Stena Imperative, it's actually a Guangzhou-built MR tanker. We call it IMO 2 Max tanker that was hit by two rockets from Iran, and the vessel was in Bahrain at the moment doing some repair job, I believe. And luckily the crew, no one in the crew was hurt. However, there were some dock workers on board. I think one was killed actually, according to the news. And just from Stena, the only one who communicates there is actually Mr. Erik Hornell, who is the CEO of Stena Bulk in Gothenburg. But I will repeat what is you can read in the news, so to say. So
Yeah.
I will talk, Greg, but no secrets.
No. I just thought I'd raise that point in terms of you had a vessel in the Gulf at the time. So, I mean, as a sort of tanker operator amongst the various areas within Stena, you have got the Stena Bulk to do that. But that particular vessel was part of it's kind of this US agreement as part of their fleet of replenishment vessels,
Yes,
isn't it?
it's
Which
a
may have
special-
explained why it was attacked.
Could very well be that reason.
Yeah.
It's a special US program,
Yeah.
a maritime program. And actually, Stena also have two other GSI-built Guangzhou MRs that also is locked in.
You've certainly been in our newspapers quite a bit because you had the Stena Immaculate about a year and a half ago that was hit off the UK coast in a collision with a vessel while it was at anchor.
We are quite unlucky with these
Yes.
ships, at least with that. But luckily,
Yeah. But let me broaden sort of my question out, and I'm going to go back to what Mr. Qingfeng said about sort of the markets, because Stena Bulk, I think, has got more of a long-term approach to the markets. I just wanted to sort of get your thoughts then in terms of how you see the opportunities or the risks. I'm sort of touching on the benefits of having a long-term strategy versus the benefits and risks of having a short-term strategy and being able to respond. Because if you have a long-term strategy and ends up being the wrong one, particularly when we see so many things that are changing over the last 2 or 3 years with whatever Donald Trump wakes up and decides to do, how do you see that sort of impacting how a ship operator and ship owner like yourself can react?
For Stena, I would say Stena is a Swedish conglomerate with many legs to stand on, including property and consumer products. And in shipping, Stena is involved in offshore tankers, short sea ro-ros, and also passenger ships. So how the owner of Stena risk mitigate is by being a player in all these fields, so to say. In regards of the tanker, I'm not directly involved in that, but I believe Stena Bulk have had more played it safe for the last few years by doing longer charters and less vessels on the open market. But they still have some, I know that. But it's a pity to have played these weeks. It's of course a pity to have played safe, but and then Stena can risk a little bit more volatility in other segments, for example, offshore.
Yeah.
So that is how our company try to mitigate risk.
So it's actually having the different segments that is helping the group as a whole.
Yes.
In terms of that. And Henning, Tordal Management, it's a well-known company in Norway. It's got a strong history. But how, could you just sort of recap a little bit at what Tordal has been doing, what you've been doing with Tordal over the last year, and then just reflect on that in the current sort of global tensions?
Yes, thank you. Is this microphone working?
Bit quiet.
Use this one.
That's better.
Yeah. I want to touch upon some of the issues that both some of the Mark Young and also some of
Sure.
mentioned earlier about the human infrastructure of shipping and the relationships and understanding. That's something we have been focusing a lot on recently. And I think you asked about what are the opportunities in turbulent times. And I think one of the greatest and biggest or most important opportunities is to engage with your customers. And actually, the banks, they have this expression of KYC, know your customers. And I think in shipping, we should remember we have something similar, but it's KYT, know your trade. Okay. And that is quite important, I think. And Trump has been mentioned a few times, and I think I want to just mention that I believe personally, if he had known a little bit more of the trades in PG and the importance of that trade region for the world economy, maybe he wouldn't have decided to bomb Iran. I think so. And
ignorance is not bliss.
And another thing we are working on, which I see also as an opportunity in turbulent times, is you will find countries and clients seeking out each other for mutual benefit. And we have been involved in a lot of, or not a lot, but some projects for new fuels. And getting access to new fuels is important if you want to actually utilize it. And what we have seen there is that between the fuel suppliers and the buyers of typical new fuel projects, they seek out corridors, trade corridors, so they have certainty in both ends of predictability and more certainty for, and I think that will also happen in trading and the actual shipping of cargoes. It's the same kind of concern. You need or want better predictability and certainty.
Yeah.
And that is also a little bit how we are thinking in terms of risk management. Olander, you mentioned you have different legs to stand on. And I think that's also important in shipping, not only bet on one trade, but diversify a little bit on different trades also.
But Tordal isn't actually, it's not, you're not operating.
We are not actively operating, we are investing now in our main focus in tankers, no, not in tankers, that has been long time ago in Tordal. We are now container focused and bulk focused, and some derivative segments out of those two segments.
Okay, so sort of that sort of area. And that mention of the dry bulk brings me to you, of course, in terms of Norden. We largely sort of focused over the last 15 minutes about the tankers and the impacts on the tankers and that, but what's your take? How is Norden responding both to sort of any market uncertainty and what's going on in the Gulf? I don't know how exposed Norden is to what's been going on in the Gulf, but Norden traditionally, I've seen Norden as being both sort of long-term contracts of affreightment as much as the spot market.
I think, frankly speaking, after beginning last year, this USTR and also the tariff things pumping out in the market, I think Norden, just as you were saying that like before, we are more like a long-term partnership with our charters. But after all this geopolitical uncertainty coming out, I think Norden also make a change ourselves. For example, for our fully owned vessels, 40-45% are Chinese built, and for the rest are mainly Japanese built vessel. So diversity and also flexibility are very important for what we are doing now. But just as you're saying that, of course, this geopolitical uncertainties also brings some opportunities for us. We also have seen that, of course, the market has been more fragmented compared with before. It's like before, I think it's more global partnership. But so far for this few years, it's more like a regional partnership. So we also get used to that, and basis on different segment, we are just use different strategy. For the smaller vessel, like what I said, this regional partnership benefit our Supramax, Handysize, MPP vessels. So we gonna take advantage of that and put our smaller vessels into more inter-Asia, Asia to Europe, Asia to Mexico, South America trade. But on the other hand, for our Capesize, of course, the Chinese importing commodities like iron ore and bauxite is still the backbone of dry bulk. So for Capesize, we have, of course, another different strategy. So what I'm saying that the companies like Northern, we are both ship owners and also operators being flexible and also diversify our fleet. That is our main importance.
But one of the things that, and I think Ralph touched on this, I think Ralph said that it was a 3% growth in the size of the dry bulk fleet. That's what you're expecting. That's not a significant growth, and I am aware that the average age of the dry bulk fleet is getting older. Not many vessels, and it is getting older. At some point, there's going to have to be a clean out of the older vessels, and new vessels are going to come in. And I believe that there have been a little bit, it's been a bit more ordering in the dry bulk of late. I don't know what sizes specifically, but do you see there's going to be an order book of dry bulk vessels, dry bulk operators like Norden and others going to have to start replenishing their fleets fairly soon to meet this aging vessels that are going to get taken out of the market and an increase in demand? And when you do that, are you going to start finding that the shipyards particularly have got little appetite for the dry bulks because they're making good money taking orders on other vessel types? I'm just wondering about how you could see the demand for dry bulk vessels meeting the demand for the slot at the shipyards.
I think, of course, we do have seen in the recent years that the shipyard, they are busy with other type of vessel, like some tankers, maybe also the other MPP vessels. But for the dry bulk, I think it's important to allocate our positions in the right timing. For us, I think we re-entered the Capesize market like 2-3 years ago. So like that time, we put our orders in the shipyard already. So we are gonna to take a delivery of these Capesize vessels for the next few years. So that is, I think, just as you're saying that shipyard are so busy, how we can allocate ourselves in the better way for our dry bulk and also replacing our old tonnage. I think we just need to find the right timing. But as I'm saying, that segment is different segment.
Yeah.
So it's just, I think all the different sizes they are using have their own strategy to dealing with that. Yeah.
But do you expect to see, do you think there's going to be a surge in dry bulk orders soon?
I think for currently, if you are talking about the greener vessels, more greener vessels, I think some ship owners, they do invest more money in that and trying to replace their aging vessels. But some aging vessels, they still can gain a good profit in this uncertain market, in this uncertain world. So I feel that it is trend, but I think companies are different with another one. So it's really their own strategy, how or when they're gonna to replace their aging tonnages. Yeah.
Just taking what you said about the green vessels, and I just want to sort of move the conversation then onto the idea about new fuels. Henning, you mentioned about having an interest in sort of different fuels. And that when you're looking at fleet change and development here, fuel prices have been going up. I believe the bunker prices, because of the conflict, have now gone up over 30%. But that's probably more on the spot market rather than long-term contracts. I know it's a conversation that we might have in another panel, but Henning, in terms of new fuels, I'm going to guess that largely when it comes to alternative fuels, as a ship owners and ship kind of involved in that aspect of it, you're looking for more long-term takeoff agreements rather than a spot agreement here. And certainly the companies that are going to be making the fuels want to have the certainty that the fuels are going to be bought. Can you kind of elaborate on sort of where you're touching onto these new fuels?
Yeah, one key element on making sense of new fuels is the economy behind it, and for that to happen, you need a higher the alternative, the polluting alternative, must be more costly, and just higher bunker prices helps in that sense. That's an immediate kind of.
Have you got any feeling that not necessarily because of what's going on in the Gulf, but have you got a feeling that rising bunker prices do help that conversation?
Yes, to some extent, but the underlying real problem is availability of the fuel. That's the core. All the other around is talking and kind of conceptual, but the real issue is availability, and that's where these trade corridors come in again, because as a shipping company, you want to position yourself as looking at the future, and then you need to have access to that fuel, but also, what is that fuel? That can be a different panel discussion.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to, if we've got time, I want to touch on what's going on at the IMO in a second, but let me just stay with the fuel conversation. Mark, just can you kind of elaborate how you look and assess the sort of fuel availability and green fuels?
I noticed actually for our company, right, which is dry bulk handy, so the alternative fuel, it seems, or alternative like a new engine, right, is not in the market yet, putting it this way. But we do notice that we are using more and more biofuels in our day-to-day operations, and particularly for our Europe office, the biofuel is repeatedly included in some of our calculations, partly because the EU, ETS, and those mechanisms.
Fueling maritime. Yep.
Yeah, and start to become more expensive. And so that makes the biofuel using start to become more feasible. And on top of that, I think the CIIs, although so far we don't know if the CII ranking go down to the levels what the actual financial penalties you're going to receive.
If you like a D or an E.
D or E or whatever. But we start to think actually with the various mechanism in the market, right? The biofuel has become more and more important, included in our decisions. When you said whether that the high fuel price will created the changing of the fuel formations or the percentage used by the general market, and I believe it's just too short to see, right?
Okay.
Because right now we only see like the 3 weeks of the 2 weeks of the bunkering crazy price. At this moment, when we are discussing with our customers, we are still struggling trying to come up with some like a BAF terms or trying to use the flexible of the mechanism.
Do you mean BAF terms as relative to what's going on in the Middle East?
Yeah. What's the future of the fuel price? Because it's become really hard for us now to try to calculate the fuel cost, right? If the people said, I need a COA of 1 year.
Okay.
Whether we can hedge that or whether cannot, what will be the hedge in this market? So we try to, but actually, it's still a short, I say, miracles of this market. I do believe if for example, the Hormuz has been closed for much longer time, if the fuel is stayed about above $100 per barrel, I'm pretty sure the biofuel productions and alternative the fuels can become more and more realistic for everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Norden's quite active in the biofuel. He's done some biofuel trials. Is Norden regularly using biofuels now?
Depends on the size of the vessel. Normally for Capesize, yes, we're using biofuel.
What sort of percentage drop-in have you got? 10, 20%, do you know?
I don't know the exact percentage, but yes, I know that we are trying to persuade our Capesize charters to join us to use more and more biofuel. But of course, we need to also admit one fact that they like to have that. They are very happy to collect this emission report, etc., to use a greener biofuel, but they don't really want to pay. That's the key issue.
I think I've heard that before.
Yeah. So I think of course we think it's the right way to go, but I think it's still a long way to achieve where we really want to achieve. Yeah.
And Stenna's been quite active in biofuels, particularly around the ferries and the ro-ros, particularly in Northern Europe, precisely like Mark said, because of Fuel EU Maritime.
Yes.
Are you finding more biofuel becoming available in different regions? Because clearly the Middle East doesn't make biofuels. So if you've got a supply of biofuels, it's going to have much more sort of security at the moment. But then again, as we heard, they're likely to want longer contracts, offtake agreements.
And Craig, you're very right. Stena is already in this, and I believe we also last year talked a little bit about this. And the Fuel EU Maritime is a very stringent regulation that year by year, so to say, narrows the room operators within Europe have actually to use normal diesel oil. Forces operator to find biodiesel, biofuel, e-fuels, e-methanol, etc., etc. But it's very scarce, actually. So what most operators still do, they buy an amount on certain routes where there is availability, and then they pool. There is a pooling system, so if you have a fleet, you can sort of say pool this and let some vessels use the dirty and use cleaner fuel on some routes. So that is good. But year by year, it's getting more and more difficult. So it's a tricky situation for all of us, I would say, within Europe.
And from Shandong, tell me a little bit about how have you managed to look at alternative fuels in any way? And if so, are you using any in any context within your fleet? So I realise a lot of your vessels may be chartered out, so that might not be part of what you're involved in.
In the tanker sector, as a tanker company, we must and we should believe our product should be carried in the future. So, to my understanding, our tanker sector didn't use alternative fuels at the moment. But our bulk sector, they have a long contract with the Valley. They built Valley Max vessels equipped with a methanol dual fuel, because the charters have to burden the such increased price of the new building, and as Valley, they have 25 years COA, and they have Brazilian, is a production country who can produce a methanol. So they have the opportunity to provide the methanol as fuel. But so the vessel will be traded from Brazilian to China always. So that's why we use the methanol dual fuel. That's maybe the only alternative alternative fuel in Shandong Shipping Group. But to the tanker sector, we carry CPP, carry crude oil. Why not to convince ourselves to accept alternative fuels? Otherwise, we have nothing to carry, right?
Well, I don't think that trade is going to end anytime soon. I think that's going to be around for a long time.
I believe Trump will let the oil price down, not to let the price up. So finally, the oil price will drop down compared to this 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So the high fuel price is only maybe a short term, maybe not a long term, and that's why we can not, and no charters will discuss such things with us at the moment. And we also But in our tanker sector, we discuss with our charters, especially BP, they persuade us to use biofuel, and we will have, we will try in the short term, and maybe from East Singapore to West Singapore, and then if it makes sense, we will have the route from Singapore to Europe. So we will try step by step. Why?
Do you believe, just on that, a final question on that though, do you think that being able to see Stena or Norden or other companies using biofuels, does that help give you the confidence about the fuels?
Yes. They are the leading tanker operator or tanker owners. We are quite willing to learn from others because we are quite young, and this year is only the 10th year of the Shandong shipping tanker, and we are still green hand in this sector, so we wish to learn from Stena and the Norden. And
I think Mr. Chang is too humble now. I mean, Shandong Shipping is a huge company today, so I think you should.
We established this company. Stena was our first client.
Okay.
It's a sales and leasing bank. So thanks to Stena, and so always support us. So we are now owning 27 MR tanks on water. It's not that small as 10 years before.
No, that's what.
But we know our weakness is our technical and human resources, and we want to be a more global tanker company. So we will try to visit Stena or Norden someday to discuss later. Thank you.
Mr. San Qing Feng, can I come back to the sort of the general Chinese kind of ship owner operator market here? As we see this evolution of fuels, one of the things, and I'm hoping there's another panel that I can ask this question more directly, is in terms of China has, and we heard it from the keynote, China has developed a strategy where it wants to be one of the leading developers of alternative fuels. And I've been looking at the amount of green methanol that it plans to produce, ammonia that it's producing, and that how does Chinese strategy about green energy trickle down into the China ship owners overall? How are Chinese ship owners looking at this transition and where China itself is positioning itself on the green transition?
非常感谢主持人先生问我这个问题。我首先向大家介绍一下，中国船东协会在去年的7月成立了数字专委会，在今年的2026年1月5号成立了新能源与环境专业委员会。我们这个新能源专委会就是将上游的设计院，然后包括船机社，包括 DNV， 包括 CSS， 然后包括各个生产商、甲醇生产商然后生物燃料，当然也包括宁德时代这样的电源、电池生产商，然后设计院、造船厂当然也包括船东当然也包括一些地方政府当然不限于中国的，也包括全球的很多上下游产业链融合到一个群体。然后我们发现，其实并不是只有一个国家能够实现，或者说一个领域能够实现。大家看到的过往都是大块头、大公司来做表率、做标杆当然也发现个别公司它昨天说那个绿色甲醇是好的，当然第二天他又说应该是转向 LNG。这些发生了很多的变化，也就是说不可能由一家公司来完成所有的事情，应该是让上下游产业链共同来合作，然后应该是大企业或成熟的技术，然后共同贡献，然后来形成标杆，形成样品。推动不同领域的发展。其实无论是氨还是甲醇，还是中国也提出了这个2甲醚相关的产业，我觉得都是需要有市场 或者说有相关的应用案例来实践的，所以我们就希望通过这么一个专业委员会分会的名义，将大家捏合在一起。我们也更多的也要往它的这个上游发展，建立共同的公约、共同的标准。无论是团体标准、国家的标准，还是 IMO 的相关标准，我觉得我们需要联合国际的相关方共同努力来推动。我们想通过中国船东协会小小的一个尝试，让不同主体形成共识，来带动更多的朋友、国际上的伙伴来共同往前走。因为我们无论是论坛研讨，或者是就是像 IMO 提议案，是永远解决不了问题的，因为它都是在纸上或者是在 idea 需要落地，需要有样板，需要来促成相关方的合作，这是我们所那个希望或者说尝试做的事情。第二呢，就是其实刚才您最初的问题应该是由目前船舶燃料这个增长了就是价格增长很多引起的。这个大家也都观察到了，但是我们坚信最简单的经济学原理就是供需决定价格。我们其实在2月28号的时候就已经向国家有关单位或者是相关企业提出了诉求，在保证民生的时候，也要保证我们这个船舶，因为保证我们船舶运输就是保证民生主体。因为我们在运输原材料，也在运出制成品出去，所以从中国这个角度来看的话，船舶燃料的生产应该是被政府部门和船舶燃料生产商注意到了。我觉得中国的燃料应该不会那个出现很严重的问题，这也就是中国的一个方案，中国的一个方向。然后最后呢，就是我认为无论是绿色燃料，或者是选一种方向，我觉得应该都是利益共担，来共同担负责任的。可能一定会传导到贸易，传导到这个消费者，然后全球来共同来做出贡献。单单让船东降成本，然后这是不现实的，因为本身我们只是一个传递者，我们并不能创造价值，我们并不能有印钞机，所以应该是从消费品或者是贸易本身来担负其中的一部分。我们也会拿出我们船东的诚意，用出我们的这个资金，用我们的技术去努力尝试新能源，让环境更绿色。但是也希望上下游能够理解我们，能够予我们一些支持。非常感谢，谢谢。
Thank you. I'm just aware that we're going to run out of time soon, and I'm going to let you all go for lunch. So I've got 5 minutes if anybody does have a question. Nobody's put a question on the app, so you've either ignored my request to download the app, or you don't have any questions to ask whatsoever. So there's no question. If you do have a question, you can do the old traditional way and raise your hand as well, if you like. So if anybody does have a question, just raise your hand, and we can quickly take that question as well. But in the meantime, maybe I'll go back to you in terms of just talking about the fuels. How do you see the fuel strategy in Norden? Because it's a Danish company, it's got that sort of Danish values as well, but it's international. It's been quite proactive in looking at alternative fuels and technology as well. How do you see that playing out as we see this sort of this growing industry sort of consensus or not, maybe?
I think just as Mr. Zhang mentioned that, we think it's not only owners' responsibility. We want to spread idea to all our supply chain players, including our charters, ship owners, head owners, and everyone need to make their contribution in make our supply chain more greener. So that is why I think Norden, as you're saying that the Norden is the Danish company, they already took the initiative to use more and more biofuel in our own tonnage, especially for the Capesize. maybe some Panamax vessels as well. But I think every time when we visit our charters, when we visit our partners, we always ask, okay, what can we do to make your supply chain greener? Or any contribution you can work with us together to make it happen. So that is a question we ask every time when we visit our clients. So we hope that step by step we can make everyone involved and to make it happen in the near future. Yeah.
Just on a sort of final point, and maybe Henning and John as well could add this thought. As we see this move towards new fuels, and I was sort of touching on this with Zhang Feng, because China wants to be a green energy supplier. How do you think that, as a ship operator, is going to impact cargo flows? I don't mean as the fuel onto the ships, I mean biofuel cargoes, biofuel trades, methanol, ammonia trades. How do you think they are going to evolve, Henning? So I see a number of companies building, I know you're not actively involved in it, but I see a number of companies ordering very large gas carriers, believing that there's going to be a growth in ammonia, for example. So I'm curious, as being involved in the industry in that level, how you see this green energy transition impacting the cargo flows.
I can see my take from this, and I have to admit, I don't have the full picture here. Maybe nobody has, but I have the small picture I have in regards of e-methanol is that there seem to only be China that can be competitive in producing e-methanol. And that's as for now. And I may be wrong there, but at least what I have seen. So this means China may, of course, could be a bunkering hub in China for vessels calling China and going back. So, by that solving their carbon issue, so to say, also ahead in time. And I think that is actually the strategic plan in China, supported by the government to become like that.
Any thoughts?
I can give you one observation on ammonia, which is one of the fuels we are looking at and working on some projects on. And one philosophical issue on ammonia as a fuel is all production of ammonia today is already used. It's used by a fertilizer industry or other industry. So we need more production of ammonia for that to become a relevant fuel. Again, the pricing of ammonia, it's more tied to the end user of agriculture market and the food market, not necessarily the fuel market as such. So how will that price sensitivity be in the fuel demand from the shipping industry compared to the demand for ammonia in agricultural industry, for example? It's not straightforward, but yeah.
So all these prices are going to be very closely linked to each other, to market influences outside of the shipping industry.
To me, it's a question whether the price of ammonia as a fuel, how linked or correlated that actually will be with the underlying fuel market. It's an open question for me.
Yeah. Good. I'm going to end with an open question for this panel session. Could we say a big thank you, unless anybody does have a question? Big thank you for my panelists today. Thank you very much. And we'll now move into lunch. Lunch is outside. And I want you to come back in here 1:45, which is the scheduled time to restart after the lunch break. So you've got 1 hour. Very quickly get the show on the road, because I want to keep everything running on time today, so that we end on time and I can get you out for a glass of wine, bang on the allotted wine hour for you. So we're going to move into now the panel discussion with the Chinese lessors, maintaining and extending their position in the global economy and how that is evolving. I am not going to be leading that panel, so I'm going to ask Guan Jian to come up. There he is, to come up onto the stage, and I'll leave you, sir, to introduce your panelists. Okay? Thank you.
好 Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from your lunch. Yeah, today, very happy to be back again for the TradeWinds Shipowners Forum. This year we have a little bit different. Last year we have a lot of lessors sitting on the panel with us discussing the Chinese leasing, Chinese ship finance. This year, we want to make some change, okay? So let me introduce the panelists today. We have Mr. Berlin Li, Managing Partner of HIT Marine. Berlin, please. I think many of you have already known Berlin for a long time. He's a very active financial advisor in the market. Please. Celine, is Celine here? Please. Celine is the head of the ship finance of BRS. She joined us from Paris today. Please. Okay. And then our old friend, Serena Wong. Welcome. Serena is the head of Greater China of Transport Capital. And then Mr. Jason Shi Zong. Mr. Shi is the member of the Executive Committee of China Merchant Capital. And then Mr. Li Jiatu. Welcome, Jiatu. Mr. Li. Mr. is the Managing Director of Marketing of China Shipbuilding Consulting Company. Okay. Thanks again to TradeWinds for having this very exciting panel. Let's get started. And Selena, if you don't mind, I want to use Chinese for when I set the background and also ask the questions. Yeah, and also to let because we have 4 panelists and I think they can also maybe have more interaction in Chinese. So, 好，我们就事不宜迟，我们现在开始啊。应该说今天那个上午的时候，我们的 panel 应该说大家也能够感受到，就是航运应该说在船东的视野上面非常明显。应该说回顾2025年，还有这个马上要去过去的这个第1季度吧，这个2026都充满了这个各种各样的 disruption 啊，各种各样的这个应该说外部的这个因素的影响，从这个地缘政治的这个紧张局势啊，甚至是发展到这个非常激烈的这个冲突啊、战争、局部的战争这种情况，到这个应该说过去密集的这个国际制裁的这个执行，还有就是气候变化的这个应对的这些法规啊，这个框架，也因为各方面的因素的不确定性，那这些其实都是对整体的这个航运业应该说产生了这个很大的不确定性，带来了各种各样的这个冲击的。但在这样的这个背景下面呢，我们也看到说，就是中国的这个就是从事航运的这些金融机构，无论说是做这个股权融资的，还是做债权融资的，应该说持续的在发展，在整个国际的这个就是船舶融资的这个 landscape 上面，我们可以看到他们继续是在 expand 他们的这个版图的。那在这样的一个情况下面，我的第一个问题吧，我想是给各位 panelists， 能不能是你们每一个人都为大家 identify 一个因素哈，可能是你们觉得是对目前的还有已经发生的这个就是过去这1年吧，这个整个航运金融的格局啊，应该说是带来最大的这个影响的。那如果也能就是在你们 identify 这个因素的同时，也能跟我们说一下，就是有哪一些就是项目或者哪一些例子是这个因素是对你们做的这个项目啊，看到的这个情况是带来直接的影响的啊，也请你们可以分享一下。那我就先从我身边的 Berlin 开始，有请。
Okay.
谢谢关律师，大家好。我觉得像关律师说啊，今天是一个非常有意思的 panel。正常可能都是租赁公司在上面，然后唱主角。今天呢，我们也有从这个 broker 啊开始，然后做了有几个 broker 分享一些我们的视角。我觉得可能通过希望今天的这样的一个 panel discussion 能够给大家带来一些从我们 broker 视角对于这个行业的一些理解啊。当然，今天我们家图总是船东代表哈，同时也是租赁行业的代表，还有我们施总是是 capital 方面的。那我中英文一起说吧，好不好？So when we, I think reviewing 2025, obviously that was a very tough year for Chinese leasing, mainly because of the unexpected USTR, which originally targeted Chinese shipbuilding industry, but ended up harming Chinese leasing more than anyone else. However, when speaking with a lot of lessors reviewing last year, we realized actually, a lot of lessors were doing quite okay, and some of them even achieved growth, although at a much slower pace. I think one of the most important factors supporting this growth is the fundamental strength of China. 这里边我觉得最重要的因素是一个中国强大的一个实力啊。So first of all, I'll do English. You're fine. So. First of all, as we all know, China is the largest shipbuilding country in the world. More than 70% of new building orders being placed in China over the past few years. And now China has also become the largest ship-owning country in the world. So when some shipowners, foreign shipowners, got a bit hesitant to finance with Chinese leasing because of USTR last year, we noticed like a lot of Chinese owners quickly stepped in and filled in the gaps. Both the state-owned companies and private shipowners got really active. So that for sure provided certain buffer and protections for Chinese leasing. Second of all, as we all have noticed, China has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in its rivalry with the states. This rivalry, in my opinion, is gradually setting into a new balance, one that could probably redefine the relations between China and states in the next decade. So against this background, this new balance, supported by China's strong countermeasure, the USTR ruling was proved to be a short-lived one, only lasted for 2 weeks, less as a lot of people, including myself, anticipated. So if you ask me whether this policy will come back, I really don't think so, because no one really sees the point. Why would a policy targeting Chinese ownership would eventually help revive US maritime industry, when all it does is actually to harm its own export competitiveness? So I think year 2025 was pretty clear. It's like a year of pressure test for Chinese leasing. Like the saying we have, what doesn't kill you makes you even stronger. 打不死的只会让你更坚强啊. So I think this is like the status quo of Chinese leasing for now. And the continuous growth of Chinese leasing, in my opinion, is also largely dependent on the increasing power and strength of China as a country in the global maritime industry. Thank you.
Thank you. On that very powerful note, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Very good. Celine, let us hear your view about what is the single most important factors you see.
Yes, thank you. If I take the perspective of European ship owners last year, obviously, as mentioned by my colleague, the USTR has put in jeopardy some of the projects that they potentially had in mind of financing in China. And then it was probably easier to stick to familiar faces and work with European banks who remain very competitive. And there was no incentive for them to get out of this comfort zone under the uncertainty, of course. So the volumes of Chinese leasing for European owners was under pressure last year, but still some transactions happened. And I think that one of the main advantages of Chinese leasing for European owners is that they provide pre-delivery financing. So if you are a European owner and you are building your vessels in China, and there are some political uncertainty, you have already made a decision regarding what's your position towards this political uncertainty in China. You are already building in China. And so maybe you are more comfortable as well with financing in China. And in this case, if you have access to pre-delivery, which you usually would not get from European financiers, then this can be something that drives you to finance in China. So I think that in this kind of stress test that we have seen for Chinese leasing houses towards European financiers last year, we could see the strong points, and one of them, from discussing with clients, was really the pre-delivery capabilities offered by the Chinese leasing houses.
So the product itself, the structure they can offer.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
If I have to choose one, I could say more, but...
Thank you, thank you. Serena, what's your view?
Sorry. 刚才听了柏林慷慨激昂的开场，我觉得特别振奋。作为一个主要就是活跃于中国的 financial institution， 还有中国的leasing company 这样一个市场的我来说，我非常的对未来非常的有信心。But I think I want to start with some facts here. And according to the WEF Global Risks Reports 2026, and it delivers a clear message. The world has come into a highly competition and fragmentation. So since shipping is one of important pillars of the world trade, I think the aforementioned risks are mostly concentrated in this industry. So I have to say that nowadays, if I should choose one important factor for shaping the Chinese ship finance industry, I think it should be intensifying geopolitical pressure. According to Clarkson's report, the total balance sheet of Chinese leasing portfolio is $204 billion by end of last year. And but the increasing rate is only 3.6, which is significantly lower than the average of past 4 years, which is 11.8. So, we have seen a surge of early termination. Close to 500 ships left the Chinese leasing portfolio. And this occurred before the effective date of USTR charges. And so if you already seen that there is a highly increasing among the total Chinese leasing portfolio, but it is mainly contributed by the Chinese ship owners, and with a significant portion comes from the state-owned owners. So geopolitics is now, I think, is now the main driver for how the Chinese shipping finance is deployed, structured, and priced. And in terms of our own business, we have several deals linked to Chinese leasing market have been put on hold during that time. And actually, not only with Chinese leasing, but also with the Chinese capital providers for some M&A transactions. So we should admit there is a factor we are facing. And although the USTR has been, the Section 01 has been suspended for 1 year, and we are seeing, indeed, there are more inquiries from Q4 last year. But this is the alarm in the mind of many ship owners. So I should say, if they have other options, the Chinese leasing is not their priority in the current market, especially for the tonnage providers, because to some extent, their financing structure is decided by the TC charterer. Yeah, so I think it's but I wouldn't say it's a big challenge. I think on the other side, it's a good opportunity for Chinese leasing to support the Chinese owners grow up.
Thank you, Serena. Yeah, but I think it does remind me of something, Celine, we discussed during the drink section outside. So I may come back to you a little bit later about this, the exit of the European owners, and then whether they will come back or whether there's actually, as Serena mentioned, for them, maybe for some of them, the Chinese leasing may not now is the priority on the financing options. So we come back on that a little bit, but let's talk to Mr. Shi and hear 石总您对于说就是您所看到的，就是这个可能影响最大的这个因素，您的这个看法。
好的，这个首先谢谢这个关律师的邀请。这个船舶类的论坛我是第一次参加，因为呢，就是招商资本呢是一个股权投资机构，船舶资产呢是我们在大类资产配置里面其中的一个方向。就之所以会配这个船舶资产呢，也是基于我们集团招商局呢在船舶运输也好，船舶建造也好，有整个的一个完整的一个产业链。就是客观的讲呢，就是我们的产业板块给我们提供了对这个行业领域的一个判断。这个如果说在这个领域的投资，从股权投资的角度，因为融资机构，我理解今天的这个论坛其实更多来的是一些融资机构。融资机构在我们股权从优先级上来讲，它是在我们前面的，对吧？我们相对来说承担了一定的就是比融资机构更多的风险。可能在这个结构里面呢，我们作为一个股权投资方，我们更关注的就2点，一个就是资产的价值，第二个呢就是风险是否可以把控。所谓的资产的价值呢，其实它有几个阶段，其实受的影响也受的就是方方面面的因素影响也很多。其实尤其是现在在这个整个 ESG 合规，包括双碳政策，包括这个地缘政治风险这些综合因素的影响下，因为我投一笔船舶资产，我持有的周期是非常长的，可能整个穿越了一个这个航运业的一个1到2个周期10来年。在这里面呢，就是它不同阶段它的资产的价值，可能是我们这种风险投资机构或者说 PE 投资机构需要去判断的，因为它会受这个技术迭代的影响，或者说受这个后续一些新的双碳政策 ESG 合规的影响，它可能会倒逼着一些船东或者说这个造船方呢往这个新能源船或者说往这个新型燃料船的一个转型，或者说它技术的迭代。在这个时点上，你的造船成本，包括你的二手船的计期价格，在未来的某一个时点不一定能代表这个时点的二手船价格，不一定能代表这个未来的那个时点的价格。所以呢，其实这个进入的资产价值，包括它二手船计期市场的价值，包括我们对未来船舶资产的判断，这个是我们会看这个资产这一块，这个我们认为是非常重要的一个点。第二个就是风险，风险呢，对于我们来讲，我们会分3类风险，有一类风险是我完全不可接受的，有一类风险呢是我可以通过一些交易的一些框架条款去合理的去规避的，有一些风险呢是我愿意去承担的，这个我分3个层来讲吧。你像我们不愿意接受的这个风险就是我举一个简单的例子，就是结合我们去年跟 JP Morgan 交易的那个 LNG 的那个船。在这个交易里面，我不愿意接受的风险就是利率的变动风险、波动风险，因为我整个的持有周期可能10几年，我不是一个专业的这个利率、汇率的一个投资机构，我对这一方面的这个趋势性的变动，我没有办法去做这么长的预测。美元到底是加息还是降息，我可能预测2到3年、3到5年，我预测不了这个5到10年。所以呢，在这一类风险里面，我们选择的是锁定风险，我不会去享受利率波动带来的增值或者说损失，我会锁一个固定的利率，在我们那个交易结构里面，我们也是这么去做的。这是一类风险。第2类风险呢，是我们希望通过一些条款去锁定的。这个你就比如地缘政治风险， 这个我们会通过一些条款去锁定，有一些呢会影响到我们。当然了，你也不可能完全去锁定，你可以通过战争险，通过一些跟这个承租方的一些约定，这些呢是我们愿意去在结构里面去做的。还有一类风险呢是我们愿意去承受的，就是这个整个行业的周期性的波动风险，包括这个我们作为重资产的一个持有方或者其中的一个传统的股东吧，这个未来在这个周期里面这个经营的风险我们愿意去承担，这个周期的风险我们也愿意去承担，所以呢就是这个我们看呢就是传播类资产呢这个在未来的这个整个大的一个这个形势下呢，是我们愿意去尝试持续去配置的一类资产。这个核心呢就是我们要能识别它的价值，第二个呢我们能把握它的风险，这个大概是我们这边的一些看法。
感谢石总，加图总，也请您这边发表一下。
好的，这个谢谢管理师这个邀请我们这个过来参加这个 panel discussion 呢。我首先感觉呢，就是今天的这个组合呢，应该讲还是一个非常有意思的组合。这个大家其实探讨的是这个租赁公司在未来的这个世界格局下，怎样能够去保证现在的一个发展。但是呢，刚才这个听了前面几位这个大家的发言因为我们这个其实我们这个公司呢，可能也不是一个传统的融资租赁公司，我们更多的呢可能是偏向于这种，因为我们是这个中船集团下属的一个新造船投资平台。所以呢，那可能就是说，从这个关于这道问题来讲的话，我们的这个考虑观点，可能有的时候是跟一些这个船东可能考虑的这个思维方式是类似的。那么当然了，就是回归到这道问题本身就是我个人感觉呢，首先来讲的话呢，这个船舶融资的这个需求肯定仍然是在的，尤其呢就是说在这几年的话呢，从大的这个背景情况来讲，那么现在资产呢，就是新造船的这个资产，不管是新造船也好，二手船也好，都是历史新高。那么从整个的这个大家订船的这个积极性来讲的话，那么现在的这个船位应该讲说是非常紧缺，所以呢，这个无形当中呢，一定会去创造很多的这个融资的需求。那么我们实际上就是说，对于租赁公司来讲的话，可能我们需要去明白或者理解的，那么尤其是在这样的一个环境下，那我们可能需要去做的呢，就是说如何在这样的，比方讲说在中美的这个博弈的情况下。在怎么样在这个 decarbonization 的这个外部的这个需求情况下，那么如何在目前这么高的一个资产的这个残值的风险的情况下，那么如何在这些客观条件存在的情况下，那么去发展我们自身的这个业务？我觉得这个可能是一个问题。那么对于租赁公司来讲的话呢，我个人感觉大家一定是在就是平衡下，一定是要寻找一个平衡点。因为除了外部的这些需求以外，那么更重要的是各家租赁公司可能还有一些内部的一些政策法规，一些这个来自于国家层面的这些政策法规需要去平衡。那么我们可能这个对于租赁公司来讲，最大的挑战的难度是在于说，如何能够在满足这些法规的前提下，那么去最大程度的满足这些客户的这些需求。我觉得这是一个很重要的一个问题。那么同样，现在的这个问题呢是什么呢？就是像刚才这个前面石总讲的，就是说你有没有一套相对来讲比较完善的一个风险评估体系？那么你有没有一套相对比较完整的？那么针对不同的风险，有没有一个合理的一个定价标准？那我觉得这个可能是我们现在租赁公司需要去这个探讨和考虑的。另外呢，就是说，我觉得就是因为现在我们知道问题是讨论说是最重要，那么最重要的一个点。那我个人感觉，那么就是最重要的一个点呢，现在就是说，大家可能要从大的一个战略角度来看，就是说，在目前的这样的一个市场背景下，我们是不是仍然需要大步向前，像过去几年一样，保持每年的一个增长率，还是讲说在目前的这个市场情况下，因为现在这个外部的这些环境，这个通常意味着不同的这个风险。那么在这种风险环境下，那么是不是我们可以适当的，比方讲说维持一定的步伐，但是呢不要太激进，当然也不要太保守。这个可能是我对这个问题的一个看法。
感谢加图总，这个观点也非常有意思就是等于说是，与其这个被动的去接受这个就市场力量的摆布，是不是可以思考一下，就是主动的这个去控制这个发展的这个节奏，以及对风险收益的一些看法。我觉得这个观点是非常有意思的。Celine, I want to go back to you on the question or on the what mentioned by Serena about because from my perspective, I have also seen in 2025, there's a lot of early repurchase under the lease facility, early repayment under loan facility. I don't have the specific figure, but 500 seems to be a quite significant number of vessels. But Celine, do you see when or how the European owners may come back, or it's likely that maybe from what Jiadu has mentioned, they are seeing the rates, they are seeing the rewards, so some of them may not come back again to China for the Chinese leasing, Chinese financing?
Yes, so if I'm a European ship owner now, I have access to competitive finance in Europe. European banks are providing competitive terms. Margin is interesting, and leverage-wise, I don't see that most ship owners are looking for very high leverage. The reason is because asset values are high, time charter rates are not so high. So when you have very high leverage, then you have a high break even, and it's not so comfortable. So I would say that the needs of the European owners are met by local financiers in most cases. But it's in the current market, because asset values are high, they don't want to invest so much, they have a lot of cash available. But that situation can change. And in the past, we have seen European owners being very attracted to Chinese leasing because they were looking for higher leverage, which they were not provided with locally. And they were looking to raise cash to invest. So they needed that higher leverage to grow their fleet. Right now, I don't have the feeling that we have a lot of ship owners who are looking for high leverage to grow their fleet because they don't know where to invest that additional cash that they would get. But of course, the USTR has an impact in the thinking, but I think there are also additional factors such as the ones that I described that are making Chinese leasing less competitive or less interesting now for a number of European ship owners. But this can change, and I can see that the leasing houses are extremely aggressive as well, trying to compete to keep some business in Europe. And there is room in terms of margin, and especially all kind of other commercial terms, such as profile of repayments, etc. And some European bankers are very upset, but they are losing transactions to Chinese leasing houses who are more flexible on all kind of terms. So it's not an extremely favorable market right now due to all these situations, but I don't see that we are entering a phase where we are closing down this business model for a long time. I think it's only temporary for all the reasons that I explained.
Thank you. And I think about being aggressive, I think for many leasing houses, I think the way they develop, they start from an environment that there is already competition. So I think the leasing house, one of the ways they survive and develop is to develop new structures. Okay, so basically, I think it's the second question I want to ask all the panelists. It's about what are the new structures? 有没有一些新的结构是你们是应该说在过去的这段时间吧，就是看到的，还有就是或者说是正在运作的一些新的结构。然后就是可能从你们各自的角度吧，就说有哪一些新的结构或者新的一些交易要素吧，可能是它之所以得到重视，得到租赁公司得到这个传统的采纳。然后你们觉得是主要是因为哪一些的这个原因这样，或者柏林也从您这边开始。
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I can share like two examples, like the transaction structures we concluded in recent years, especially just last few months. The first one is we managed to conclude a few transactions last year involving selling assets from leasing houses and combine financing from them as well. So that's something, this sort of package deal not only differentiated us as a broker from other brokers, but also reflected the need and preferences from a lot of owners. Because this sort of package deals really like, no matter market is good or bad, some owners like it because it saves time, so they also don't have to worry about the finance not ready upon delivery of the ship. Or normally, the closing can also go quite smoothly in this case. However, with that being said, well, there are some leasing houses here, they cannot do such structures, meaning they sell assets and provide financing in the meantime, mainly for compliance and internal policy reasons. But if you have a think about it, if you manage to sell assets in this market, realizing some profits, and in the meantime, continue to finance the ship, converting the lease from operating lease to financial lease and lower the risk of the assets, and not to lose the ships from your portfolio. So it's actually quite good. So maybe I think it's worth for a lot of leasing houses to continue to think about it, especially given the welcome from the owners. Another structure which gains traction from ship owners is the mortgage loan or LILO structure. We call leasing, lease out. LILO also, by the way, first brought up by Watson Farley. So well done, Mr. Guan. So over the past few months, we managed to conclude a couple of mortgage loans on behalf of some foreign ship owners with Chinese leasing. So this is also mainly because of USTR. It's worth noting it was not easy to conclude such transactions. The lessors were quite selective about names they finance and terms they offer. And also this sort of financing is on hold for the time being, right? Because of USTR is on hold. But I think this is only another example of showing how flexible, adaptive, and robust or resilient the Chinese leasing can go. Whenever there's some difficulties, the leasing trying to overcome them. Just like one of my co-brokers told me, he found it so inspiring and motivating when having meetings with Chinese leasing. Comparing with conventional banks he's dealing with, always telling him, no, sorry, we cannot do this, sorry, we cannot do that. Chinese leasing most of the time, trying to be more accommodative and accommodating and always say, yeah, we can try this or maybe we can do this. Although, while I do tell him, that to a certain extent, this can also be a Chinese way of being polite in meetings. But we do see a lot of flexibility and adaptivity from Chinese leasing over the past few years. So I think this is the qualities that keeping Chinese leasing, the market still as competitive as ever. Although, as every panelist mentioned, it's a very competitive market.
Thank you. And thank you for mentioning Watson Farley and Williams. It's indeed one of the, I think, more challenging transactions that we handled last year. And this, we actually, we won't say that we invented the structure. The lease in lease out structure is actually applied in some tax leases structure in the aviation sector, I think for quite some time. And the reason for applying it to in the shipping context is there's a combination of considerations, including the regulatory environment applied to the ship owners changed significantly. And many of the lessors, for example, when they look at the EU ETS, how those compliance structure and developed, how those exposure as a ship owner, as a financing ship owner, they're going to encounter. They have been asking questions about internally and externally. I know Berlin was involved in a lot of those discussions too. How to look at the ownership as a credit enhancement, as a link to a lot of different risks. So I think how the leasing product developed, this is a typical example of how the leasing house developed their product. They will kind of relook at what they have been doing from legal perspective, from commercial perspective, and then to consider if there's minor change or fundamental changes. So I think on the product level, we do see a lot of discussion and also some, I would say, very brave steps being taken. But of course, because of the regulations and also the situation that the USTR has been put on hold, and also the Chinese port fees. So that structure is less discussed recently, but still there's a lot of interest because of other factors beyond USTR. Just because we talk about Lilos, right? Supplement a little bit about the background that is from my perspective. Celine, please.
Yes, so a lot of my client base is small to mid-sized European owners. And for them, I would say that one of the structures that I see growing is just simply leasing. Because historically, they've mostly done mortgage loans. A lot of them are not familiar with the leasing structure or not comfortable with this structure either because they really want to stick to the ownership. They are not used to the structure and not comfortable with the structure. But with Basel IV, the banks that they usually deal with are becoming more and more reluctant to finance small and mid-sized ship owners. So they have to find alternatives. In Europe, we have the non-bank alternative lenders, and a lot of them use leasing structures with back funding, and the combination of the lessor with back funding allows these small and mid-sized European owners to access cheaper funding than if they were not using this leasing structure. And so I think this is also a large business opportunity for lessors to work with these players who are a bit left aside from the large European banks, because via this leasing structure they can access back funding of banks, which is cheaper. So it's interesting for both parties. The difficulty here is in marketing the leasing structure and making these mostly family-owned ship owners comfortable with the structure. And honestly, USTR has not helped these discussions, but I see that there's an extremely large potential of business for leasing structure with small to mid-sized European owners.
Thank you. Thank you. Sabrina?
I think the kind of ship financing market is really very competitive in addition to the traditional European banks. And we also seen a lot of Asian lenders are very active recently. And there is a group of alternative lenders also in the market. And it's not necessary for them to charge a very high leverage, because if you think, oh, it's alternative, it's very expensive, but it's not really the case. So I think Chinese leasing companies, they are not only good at providing high LTV financing. Driven by this market demand and hot competition, I think they must leverage their advantages from the different position in the financial regulatory system. And by this advantage, they could be more flexible and offer more favorable, holistic overall financing solutions to their clients. And what I want to mention here is that I think Chinese leasing companies is an irreplaceable force to do the RMB financing. And especially in this current interest environment, RMB financing provides the ship owners with more flexible and cost-effective alternative. And especially for those Chinese lessors who already have the offshore SPVs. And this is not only satisfy the jurisdictional preference from the ship owner, the foreign ship owners, but also enable the Chinese lessors to deploy both of onshore and offshore low-cost funding resources. And I think this is very essential for them to optimizing the overall financing solution.
这个我可能中文也会说两句。这个 就关于这个人民币的这个就是融资啊这样的项目，好像确实是在我这边看到也是正在做的都已经好几个，然后有相当一部分项目，我不知道是不是也是 Sabrina 你看到的，就是比方说造船合同本身是用人民币的。然后这个后面甚至还有说搭配的租约，那也有用人民币。那中间用这个人民币的融资，就变成是非常自然的一件事。对。
是的，就是我们看到的其实还有一些more flexible 的，就是它在这个人民币的融资里还给你一个 conversion right into US dollars to some point at some point。So就是说，有的，那么如果说你的造船合同是人民币，然后租约也是人民币，我们看到市场上有很多这样的大量的 transaction， 这个是配人民币融资是最优的。那么还有的情况呢是，shipowner 他自己有钱，他不需要做 pre-delivery financing， 所以呢，他不用去 convert 他的人民币造船合同，人民币仍然是美元的造船合同，就是造船合同仍然是美元的。然后呢，但是它的租约因为后面有长期的人民币的 cash flow， 有人民币的 revenue， 所以他把后面的租赁配成了人民币的这个一个 structure，然后当然了，这样就是他只是会去 manage 一下他那个 balloon risk。因为 balloon， 因为它到时候还是一个美元资产嘛，所以说就是这种灵活性的结构，我们也看到了很多。
感谢。石总，您这边就是对于这个可能交易结构方面，您有看到一些就是创新呢，或者是一些特定的情况？
好的，这个我还是从这个股权投资的角度来谈一下我们的理解啊。因为呢，本身这个我们集团在金融领域是一个全牌照。其实我本身在境内也管人民币的 PE 投资基金，2年前我是投过一个船东的，这个就从这个时点说起，就是等同于我从一开始给了他权益资本，在那个里面完全是大家是风险收益对等的，是一个风险投资。我投了他之后呢，这个为了这个推动这个船东或者说他的这个企业的一个健康的发展，我们会给他创新一些融资模式，这个再往上一层就是我们权益性的一些融资的产品给他，给了他权益性融资产品之后呢，在这里面呢，我会把他船买过来，我再返回租给他，这个他给我一定的一个期间收益，这样呢就一定程度上优化了他的一些融资杠杆或者说他的一个报表。这个他拿到这部分这个现金 cash 之后呢，他可以去我招商工业的船厂去造船，对不对？他造出来船之后呢，他依然可以委托给我，我再回租给他。这个在他的运营期间呢，我们招商系的招商租赁也好，招商金租也好，还可以给他提供在经营期内的融资性的贷款。就是我就综合说呢，就是我理解呢，就是从我们一个集团的一个综合体，这个站在招商资本的一个股权投资的一个机构来讲呢，我会给我们的这个投资的船东也好，或者说我们投资的这个船舶资产也好，会提供一个综合性的一个服务从建造阶段到经营阶段，从它的权益资本到它的权益性融资到它的债务融资我们会给它一个综合性的融资方案。我觉得这个呢是我们在这个领域去布局的一个竞争力，这个核心竞争力。这个你要单纯的从这个融资机构来讲，就是中间那一趴，就是融资的那一趴呢，我理解就是可能现在需要一些创新型的一些这个融资结构甚至说一些创新型的一些融资产品。这个市场上也有什么所谓的绿色融资这个产品，也有一些代币化的融资产品。这个传统的这个融资结构，就是类似于这个放贷的这种融资模式呢，它一定程度上发展到一定阶段，因为本身这是一个重资产领域，它会受到了一些资本金的一些约束的包括现在的一些这个船东的一些需求，包括现在的一些这个地缘政治的不确定性，包括现在这个数据化这个数据化的一个数字化的一个发展，或者说这个数据化的一个发展，也会倒逼我理解这些金融机构要提供一个综合性的一个或者创新型的一揽子的融资方案，甚至说你具备做金融船东的这种能力 啊，这个可能才是你在这个领域能持续这个投资或者说这个从事这个融资业务的一个竞争力吧，啊，我的一个观点。
这个，我觉得刚才施总说到这个，应该说从这个招商局集团吧，作为一个本身既有实业，同时也有这个各方面金融服务的这样的一个大型的企业啊，确实就是说在这个结构方面其实是比较立体的一个支持或者立体的发展的这个模式。我觉得这个可能也跟这个家图总这边这个。我不知道教头总对于这个，因为其实说实话，北船租赁其实也是跟船厂这块联系也是挺紧密的。那我不知道您觉得就是可能在一些结构化的这个结构设计啊，然后产品的这方面，你觉得有什么新的这个心得吗？在过去的这段时间？
应该讲就是在目前现在整个的一个市场背景下呢，当然了，现在呢肯定这个。因为船东就说或者讲说 borrower， 那么他们现在的诉求呢，肯定会随着这个市场不断的变化，那么他们的诉求也会有不断的变化。但是呢，这个我觉得呢，就是对于租赁公司呢，这个太过于创新或者说太过于复杂的这个项目结构呢，其实往往并不利于落地。最后其实可能这个大家如果太注重于说这个结构怎么样去迎合对方的这个需求的话呢，其实往往就是说意味着说这个项目可能没有办法成功的这个落实。当然呢，我觉得这个事情，如果说要问我们说关于说这个对于一些这个目前结构上的一些看法的话呢，那么因为我们公司呢实际上一直是做这个 operating lease， 那么一直是做这个经营性租赁。当然呢，其实经营性租赁应该讲说它并不算是一个什么创新型的这么一个结构，但只是讲呢说它可能相对来讲比较契合在目前一个市场情况下，那么很多这个船东也好，或者说是这个 borrower 也好，那么他们的一个诉求。首先来讲的话呢，说在目前的现在的这个市场，那么最显著的一个情况呢，就是现在的一个高船价。那么高船价往往就意味着更高的一个残值风险。那么在融资租赁，那么从融资租赁这个角度来讲的话呢，那么这个其实并没有办法很好的说将这个风险转移。那么这个 borrower， 那么他最后他还是会要去执行这个 purchase obligation。那么所以呢，这个残值的风险仍然是需要由 borrower 他们来承担。但是在经营性租赁的这种结构下呢，其实这个风险呢，应该讲说已经转给这个 financier 或者我们讲就说 investor 了。那么就是说，如果说我们来由我们公司来盯船的话，那么这个残值风险在这个租约结束之后呢，实际上这个风险仍然是留在这个我们这个公司这边。所以我觉得呢，可能在目前这种市场这个机制下，这个条件下，那么可能这种结构呢，可能更有利于说部分项目，我不能讲说所有的项目，可能比方讲说对于一些新造船项目，那么这个可能是更有利于说大家来做这个做一些风险的这么一些评测啊。
感谢教头总。我最后一个问题啊，这个或者我们换一个顺序啊，从这个租赁公司，然后我觉得石总这边应该算是租赁产品或者说这种债权融资产品的用家的角度啊，然后我们再过来这样。我的问题是这样的，就是说就是各位吧，会不会看到说就是现在对于船东还有其他投资机构对他的这个就是选择这个融资这个决策上面。会有更多的这个就是战略方面的考虑啊，不单只是可能很传统的这些价格啊，然后融资比例啊，然后这些因素。那随着这样的一些就是考虑的因素的变化，从各自的角度吧，你们各自的角度会觉得租赁公司啊，就是应该做出什么样的这个改变，然后来去适应这个就是需求的这个发展，这样，或者这个教头总。从您这边先。
我觉得答案是肯定的，就是因为在不同的这个市场情况下，那么这个borrower 的他们的诉求一定是不同的。这个就像刚刚我讲过的一样，同样呢，就是对于租赁公司来讲的话，比方讲说在 software 高的时候和 software 低的时候，可能这个所面临的这个市场情况可能也是不一样的。那么这个。我个人觉得呢，现在其实比方讲说，在我们现在接触的一些项目当中，这个除了我们之前谈及的，就是大家每次都会问到的，说你的这个 interest rate、你的 leverage、你的这个比方讲 guarantee、security 等等等等这些传统条件之外，现在其实我觉得呢，这个一般客户来说的话，他们最关注的一个问题，实际上是在于灵活性，在于 flexibility。 那么就是说你的这个结构是不是能够给予他们足够的这个灵活性？尤其是当我们探讨，比方讲说 USTR 这些可能会潜在影响到未来融资途径的这些 policy 的时候，那么这个灵活性应该讲说是一个非常非常重要的一个诉求。因为在我的认知里面呢，我觉得这个客户相对来讲他们是一个更主动的一方。那么租赁公司相对来讲可能是相对来讲被动的一方，所以呢，就是比如说我们如果能够在这些项目结构当中，那么去设置更多的这个 purchase option 的话，那么这个可能就可以相对来讲比较好的保护到说对方这个对于灵活性的一些诉求，对吧？那么这个是我觉得说在目前这个情况，在目前的这个市场情况下，那么这个很多客户他们会提出的一些问题。那么另外呢，就是关于刚才这个关律师问到的第二个问题，就是说现在租赁公司应该做到什么样的这个需要有什么样的动作，或者需要采取什么样的措施，那么能够去保证他们在目前市场上这样一个竞争性。对于这个问题呢，其实我个人感觉呢，就是很难能够去讲到很具体的措施，因为呢，我们每天所面临的问题，或者说每一个客户所提出的问题，可能都会不一样。在不同的这个市场背景下，然后在不同的客户下，可能都会面临不一样的问题。那么，所以呢，但是呢，这个问题呢，就像我在回答前一个问题所讲的，就是说，我们租赁公司来讲呢，会最大的一个问题是什么呢？一方面，你会受到很多政策上面的一个牵制，你会需要去迎合这些，你要去满足这些policy。但是同时呢，你也要能够在这个框架里面去尽量的能够提供说满足这个客户需要的这样的一个结构或者说一个机制。我觉得这个可能是租赁公司可能需要去动脑筋需要去想的。但是呢，这个没有办法去讲说到底这个措施到底是什么，因为可能这个就是 case by case 的。
感谢，施总有请。
好的。我刚刚特别赞同这个加藤总说的，其实我们作为一个就是股权投资方，甚至就像您说的，这个我们是一个对于租赁公司来讲，我们是一个使用方啊，就是杠杆的 leverage 的使用方。所以呢，这个呢，我们可能一方面寻求它的条款的灵活性，啊，就是这个有一些创新的一些这个条款在里面。另外一点呢，就是从我们这类机构呢，我们还寻求一个这个成本的稳定性，啊，因为确实这个。大部分的这个船舶资产的投资，它的周期比较长，在这个周期里面呢，这个因为本身我对这类资产的配置，就是我在类固收资产里面的一个投资，并不像我在 VCPE 基金里面配置，我可以接受这个周期里面的任何的波动，我的风险偏好会比较强。这类资产呢，完全是我处于一个相对比较低的一个风险偏好，寻求一个稳定收益。并没有追求一个更高收益的一个资产类的配置，所以在这里面呢，我会尽可能会希望消除更多的不确定性，啊，尤其是对我的收益这个影响的这些不确定性，也就是说，在我们用杠杆的这个时候呢，我们是希望这个是固定的，啊，在周期里面，可能这个确实对于租赁公司来讲挑战比较大，对吧？3年5年我觉得可以，可能是太长周期的一个固定利率。目前就是通过我们去年做这个卡契这个项目呢，我们也感受到，就是他们也是有一些监管的一些限制的一些要求，包括甚至就是做一些创新型的金融产品去进行锁定利率，啊，这个呢可能也会受到一些限制。我理解这可能不是租赁公司一方面能去改变的一个现状，同时需要这个监管层面上根据这个市场的成熟度，或者说对于风险的这个约束的尺度，去有一定的一个创新或者调整。谢谢。
感谢。Sabrina.
I think most of the ship owners are very sophisticated in shipping finance in the current market. So for Chinese leasing companies, considering they are in such a hot competitive and uncertain cycle, I think it's very important for them to evolve from a pure financial institution to a real financial ship owner. And they need a deeper understanding of the assets itself and the operational management. And they need to know how to assess the volatility market risks, how to deploy the fleet, and how to do the exit planning. And we have seen several Chinese lessors have established such kind of experience. And it's not only about one person or one team, it's a philosophy in the Chinese leasing houses and with a holistic international system. And I think by use of these capabilities, they could consider to move to the non-mainstream vessel segments and expand their operating lease offerings to many more mid to smaller sized ship owners. So I think in conclusion, from scale expansion to industry upgrading, it is the hot topic for the whole Chinese leasing industry. It's not only about competitiveness, it's about their positioning in the global ship finance over the next decade.
Thank you, Serena. Selena, sorry, well, looking at the clock is ticking, so
Okay.
so very little time for you.
I'll be quick. No worries. I think I agree with most of what has been said before. Specifically, the topics that are being raised these days by my clients are the ability to get out of the structure at any time. So the ability to allow for early repayment and not be stuck in the structure for a minimum number of years. So I think that's the most important item I hear, and which is in line with dealing with the uncertainty.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, I think the ship owner is definitely getting more and more demanding over the past few years, right? But even in today's market, I think higher margins, higher LTVs and lower margins are still always the common pursuit from a lot of owners, right? And but sometimes when I bring your clients to a leasing and the leasings, it's like they are complaining, oh, Berlin, this guy wants too much. They want this, they want that, and they want everything. All I can say is, I mean, they are just like our wives, right? They want us to be rich, they want us to be romantic, and better, good looking, even better, right? So what's wrong with that? Do you still love her? So I think, this is sometimes the fact of the market, so, but joke aside, how can Chinese leasing stay more competitive? I think they are already doing quite well. I'm trying to, sometimes I'm pushing the leasing, but also in the meantime, I'm defending them, right? So this is what we believe in. As I said, they passed the stress test, the pressure test last year. They are doing great. How can they do even better? Number one, try to look at more diversified types of assets rather than just focusing on bulker container, those conventional types of vessels, like offshore support vessels, cruise, which are just doing fine over the past few years. So you don't have to compete with other financiers. Number two, be more open-minded towards Russian trade, especially dry bulkers, because European banks, they have to be politically correct to finance those ships, but the Chinese don't have to. I think the risk for financing dry bulk is rather limited. Number three, the ability to open the foreign SPVs, especially European SPVs. I think this is still preferred by a lot of Western owners, especially European German owners for tonnage tax reasons. And last, always, the faster the better, faster approvals. I think no matter what happens in whatever deals, that always helps. All right, so I'll leave you 1 more minute.
Exactly, faster the better, okay? We have 1 minute for the floor to ask a question. Does anyone has a question? Okay. Please, please.
I will shout. How do you see the need for you? Has it increased over time or decreased? Maybe you can portion the question to someone.
That's a very interesting question, and I kept asking myself as well. You know, is there a point of being a ship finance broker? You know, it's so tough, and a lot of times they tend to talk direct. But we did have the case last year, say, ship owners going to Chinese yards directly without a broker, but they ended up finding like 2 brokers going through all the leasing houses. Yeah, we have experienced that, and it's a very established European owner. So I think, you know, the need for brokers is definitely still there, especially for leasing houses, you know, thanks to the growing market. If there are only like 5, 6 leasing houses, then, you know, then we're done. You know, I'm going to change a job. But I think for the past 3, 4 years, the number has been growing. And I've done a count. So before 2021, there were about 14 leasing houses, and now the number has doubled over the past 3 years, offering US dollars finance. So I think the need for ship finance broker is growing for sure. But last year there was a hit because of USTR. But again, as I said, we have passed that. Now we are now in the better year for sure. I think the lives should be better. But in the meantime, you know, as HIT Marine, we always try to, you know, sort of not just do ship finance. As I mentioned, we managed to do some combination deals, combining sale of assets, new building plus financing. So this is differentiating ourselves from others.
Innovative structures that normally not the leasing houses can do or combine somehow. That is your upside, I think. One of your upsides.
Yes, I think it's good to have brokers to introduce people who don't know each other, to help new sources of financing emerge, and to help ship owners who are struggling to find financing to have access to it. So of course that's the role, but I also have to admit that when we are selling a product that ship owners don't really need right now, then it's a bit difficult. So I hope that markets evolve so that ship brokers have a bit more to do, and ship owners need a bit more money than now.
Thank you, thank you. Serene, do you want to say something? You're not exactly
Very simple. Yeah, I think we call ourselves Transport Capital as financial advisor instead of a financial broker. I think in the sense of we add more value in addition to just a simple introduction. And we created the new deal structures, and sometimes we combine the senior debt financing or lease financing with the equity raising, and such kind of one-stop service. So one-stop service. So of course there is a substantial group of ship owners they don't like Stena, so they need us. I hope we will be the healthy strengths in this segment.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. And thanks, John, for the very good question. Okay, I want to thank all the panelists and for the very enjoyable and insightful discussion. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for that panel and for John's questions as well. Good. We're going to move swiftly on because I'm aware that we're running a few minutes late. So I'd like to ask Jason Liu, Regional Business Development Manager from DNB China, who's going to give a short presentation. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jason Liu from DNB China. So very happy have the opportunity, thanks TradeWinds, of the opportunity that we can have a slot to share with you on the, let's say, DNB update, and also how we are seeing the latest green shipping transition. So let's get into that. I think that look at what is happening in the shipping is lots of people talk about IMO. I think we are still waiting for whether there will be any further clarity coming in this October. nobody know. But I think it's also worthy to note that so far, before we know more, it's not really a rejection to the IMO ambition. It's more a kind of delay or postponement. So let's say the green shipping is still on. Although you can say the regulatory pressure is a bit weakening for the time being, but we also heard a lot in the morning that still the ship owner working on this, for example, due to the EU ETS and few EU maritime. But I think in this period, we're also seeing that maybe it's also very important to understand there will be also other drivers still in place. So that is primarily coming from the cargo owner and also financier, like we also have a very mixed panel today. I think that is very obvious. People also, panelists also talk about how you can game the upstream, the cargo owner, charter, that we can move ahead together. I think that we always talk about the stick and also the carrots. When the stick is getting a bit weakening, I think for those really still on the green transition course, I think it's very important that you work much closer with your customer who has the same ambition. And then move ahead on a little bit on the fuel. I think that there will be lots of discussion already in the fuel and coming in the next sessions. I believe this is also a core topic. But the fuel, we talk a lot that lack of fuel supply and also fuel price is too high, the green fuels. Then we also clearly see that the alternative fuel new building order, new contracting actually has been slowing down quite significantly. Look at the latest from DNV Alternative Fuel Insight platform that usually that in the past years, we normally have either new contracting or the order book is around 50% or 40 to 50% in that range with alternative fuel capable tonnage. But we are already seeing that in the last couple of months, that actually has been reduced in the order book to around 38%. And in the new contracting, it has been reduced to around 30%. And we also noticed that the LNG and also the traditional fuel has been gaining much more share in the new contracting. So we can say that this year we need to a bit wait and see. But there's one thing I think that beyond that talk about how to get more green fuel and also affordable, I think there's also another topic emerging, getting more attraction in the industry because there are more and more alternative fuel capable vessels delivering from the order book. And that is actually getting to the ship owner how to really handle those vessels. They start to pilot use green fuels. They find out they need to really, the crew, the competence, how to train the crew, and also how to ensure the procedure and operation that really keeps safe and reliable. I think this is a topic, at least one area the ship owner can do without big investment, like the capital investment. But this is very prepared for the future. When the IMO, let's say NZF is coming back on track. We are also seeing that ship owner continue doing the energy efficiency because energy efficiency is not only about compliance, it's of course reducing emission, but it's also very much about that how you can stay competitive, stay cost efficient. And if you put into a little bit large, let's say context, it's also a little bit about how you ensure that you have a resilient supply chain, more robust. I will come back maybe later on in how the China's role and getting back to the topic. I want to highlight that, of course, I think in the room that there are lots of also providing the solution, not only technical, but operational. Like the technical, I think there Windsail has been breaking year actually last year. They are gaining more and more, new orders, and this we probably see that will continue. In general, the energy efficiency measure, look at the global fleet, according to DNV study, is actually quite significant potential that can reduce about 50% by 2030. That is very significant amount. Last but not least, I want to touch upon the carbon capture and storage. When we are seeing that, let's say people are talking about there are lots of disruption and uncertainty, but I think that when we are, how shipping are benefit not only from green transition, but also from geopolitics, is actually the company who are able to identify what is the certainty to my business among all this. I think look at a little bit the ship owners, the action already taking, not from DNV, but action where we are observing, they're actually starting to actually placing more LNG fueled and even traditional fueled vessel. They need to ensure this fleet and also including not only the new contracting, but also the fleet. In the existing fleet, more than 90%, majority are fossil fueled. We need to ensure those fleet can be operated in the time to go. So I think the carbon capture will be actually quite relevant for the industry. DNV actually has done a study that based on models that we can see if the CCS carbon capture storage infrastructure made available in the top 20 ports, let's say, majority actually in China, that can already reduce 20% emission. Just only look at the three big sectors, large container, bulk carrier, and tanker. So when we are looking at the green, I think we should not ignore the potential coming from the carbon capture. Then the last two slides, I will just share a bit on the, let's say, how we are seeing that China's role. Before we get into the topic on the fuel and green transition, I think that we can look at a bit on the bigger, let's say, macro trend. Starting from the slide, if you look at on the left-hand side, that's more on the energy transition overall in China, what's happening. This is based on the DNV annual energy transition outlook report. We can see, I just want to put few fingers, the facts. Actually, the last September, the President Xi gave a speech in the UN Climate Summit. There's a new, let's say, target or ambition as part of the national determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, that China will ensure that more than 30% in the total energy consumption is coming from non-fossil energy. That's a very ambitious target. And this is actually by 2035. And this is echoed very well with, let's say, our studies that we are seeing that by 2030, that total energy consumption will reduce by 20% due to that energy efficiency, not on shipping, I talk about in general, right, in China's society. And by 2050, that will be dominated by new energy, let's say. And also look at a bit on the electricity generation. Already by 2030, that non-fossil energy will overtake the fossil energy, let's say, for the electricity generation. But look at the right-hand side, that is regarding the China's, let's say, shipbuilding. I think that when we talk a lot on the fuels, but we have to notice that China not only providing, let's say, have the largest market share on new building in general, but also providing 70% green tonnage to the shipping. That is actually the powerhouse enable the shipping can really, if shipping need to decarbonize, China is actually providing lots of, not only the ship, but also overall, let's say, the very comprehensive supply chain. And the supply chain, I want to highlight that we talk about China, it's not only about Chinese company, it's about China is a place that is inclusive. Look at the room, that we have GDT, we have lots of others, the owner. Actually, we are actually same like DNV. It is actually the place who believe this is the market, this is inclusive. China is a place to be a powerhouse. I think that's very important that we believe in that and we work towards that. This is the last slide that look at a bit on the, because I have been asked by the organizers that whether I can provide some DNV update to also provide some hopefully valuable input to the coming panel. So I shared a bit our let's say, understanding on what is possibly China's role in the shipping green transition. From the left-hand side, that is not about China specific. It's about how we're seeing that understand the shipping transition, let's say green shipping transition. We start looking at the overall energy transition in the world. Then we cascade it down, what does it mean for shipping? And for shipping, I think it's very important that we understand the uncertainty and really can navigate with the confidence, which means you understand some certainty fit into your business, then you can leverage this with your partner, with the value chain partners that move ahead. Then put into the China context, moving to the right, I think that we first starting from China, well-known 2030, 2060, this dual carbon, let's say, national ambition set already. And also the 15th five-years plan, which is approved last week. I think that's March 12th, actually, by National People's Congress. That is setting very clear direction, reconfirming that China will move ahead on energy transition. That is also part of energy independence and security strategy. But look at the world leading shipbuilding and shipping nation. with a very comprehensive green shipping ecosystem. I think that, again, I don't want to spend too much word, but that is not, doesn't mean this is closed. It's actually very inclusive. We are all here. And last but not least, when all the, let's say in the market, the cargo owners, the nation that talk a lot on the security and resilience of the supply chain, I think sustainability will become a very key component into the story. And that is also opportunity for us to really team up with upstream cargo owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thank you. Good. Well, that leads quite nicely into our next technology panel. Unfortunately, it's only half an hour long, so please, Andrew, Christina, Adnan, and Greg McMillan, could you come up, take a seat, sit this side of me, please, under your picture. Andrew is here. Now, what I'm going to try and do is to take some of those comments that we just heard relating to this sort of the transition and the role that China plays in this. And we're going to look at it both from a technology point of view and from a fuel perspective so that we can start to get some sort of a picture here about what's happening. So, Andrew Hall from Fortescue. I don't know if you are aware of Fortescue. They are very actively involved in, let's say, ammonia. Bound for Blue, wind propulsion. GTT, China. Well, everybody knows Adnan now, but effectively in the gas and the infrastructure market there. And Greg from Venture Energy, a new company, basically, isn't it? It was launched June last year, was it?
Yeah, it depends on your definition of new. We're part of the Huaquang Group, which is somewhat older.
Yeah. So, and your focus is going to be on the fuels aspect.
Yeah, we're a methanol trader, effectively.
Yeah. So we've got two fuels, two technology companies here. And I'm going to get Adnan as well to comment on the fuel transition as well. But maybe, Andrew, maybe I could start with you now. We've seen how, and particularly in that presentation, and we've heard about how China is investing in clean energy. I've seen how they've talked about methanol. Is ammonia then a potential fuel that China, green ammonia, of course, is a fuel that China is going to be actively involved? How do you see a company like Fortescue getting involved in this ammonia, green ammonia game?
Firstly, maybe to slightly better to describe our group. Our group is one of the world's largest mining groups. We dig iron ore out of the ground and we ship it principally to China. So therefore that makes us one of the world's largest emitters. So a few years ago, we took a call that the only way to decarbonize our supply chains would be to use a fuel that did not contain carbon. And this is why we honed in on the hydrogen as the northern star and ammonia as the best way to carry it through the nitrogen molecule. So we've actively advocated for ammonia. Personally, I've developed the world's first ammonia fueled vessel with Fortescue called the Green Pioneer. So we basically enabled the fuel to be used. We got the regulations sorted out at the IMO. So we put that right at the top, and we've achieved that. So that really, really helps. We did that without the help of China, to be fair. Why we need now the help of China is because we can bring great ideas, but China can industrialize them. And the first group, not our group, one of our big key tonnage providers, CMB, will be building, or are building today, ammonia-fueled Newcastle Max bulkers, which will enter into our supply chains from the last part of this year. So for us, ammonia is really, really key because it has zero carbon. Our vessels that we use are very large. We move 200 million tons of iron ore. Therefore, we have to do something that will eliminate the carbon. Why do we need to do that? Because the biggest risk to our business is the threat of carbon pricing. That's aside from the obligations we believe that we want to keep to the 1.5 agreement at the UN as well. So multiple reasons. China can do it. China are doing it, and the first ships will be delivered this year.
But why not methanol?
Quite simply because methanol has a carbon molecule in it. So I think if you, and not to discredit all the work that other groups are doing, there is green methanol, but that's heavily focused around ensuring that your CO2 supply is appropriate. So I think if you want a world ahead of you filled with accountants and certification, yes, maybe methanol is the one to use. But if you want a fuel that doesn't have that carbon molecule, then ammonia is the one. I think it goes to say that I don't think anybody yet is developing methanol-fueled Cape-sized ships for the Australia-China supply chain. Certainly, it is purely either conventional or some LNG and ammonia.
Greg, maybe you could sort of come in here and talk a little bit about what venture energy is actually doing within Huakwang and your involvement in kind of the China green energy.
Yeah, sure. So basically 2-3 years ago, Huakwang had to make a decision with regards to new builds. And do we re-engine our ships or have dual fuel engines for the next set of new builds we build? And we figured that it didn't make any sense to build new vessels without having security of supply. And so we started to get into the supply question. We started to look at investing in plants in China, producing methanol, ammonia, these sorts of things. And we basically figured out that there was a big gap in the market. There were a lot of people who need, like Fortescue, like CMB Tech, folks who need ammonia, who need methanol. And there were very few people who had all the links upstream that were able to move that product. So we set up Venture Energy to link the producers of methanol and ammonia, green fuels in China, to the shipping industry in particular. And then, the broader kind of European mandated markets in general. And we've been doing that for the last 2 years. So, effectively, we're a trader. We're going out against procurement contracts for methanol and ammonia that come through, primarily methanol today, that come through the market, and we're supplying that fuel where it's required.
And how are you finding that? You say you sort of, as a trader, you're looking for the fuels. What are you seeing about the supply of green ammonia and methanol in China, and particularly how it's growing?
There's about probably about 1 million tons of nameplate capacity of methanol today, clean methanol, at around 20-25 grams. Of that, most of it has been eaten up by long-term contracts from a few of the majors, CMA, Hapag-Lloyd, Maersk, obviously. So the reality is availability is very low, and the access to that is very difficult. But we're seeing the nameplate capacity increasing as more plants come online, and also the plants that exist today increasing their own production. These are relatively new technical pathways, certainly at scale, and it's taken time for folks like Goldwind, CIM, Enric, Shanghai Electric to increase their production to the levels they promised. So we're seeing that production scaling, and then through 27, 28, we'll see more come online. Obviously, the IMO rules were a big blow to the market, but the reality is this is not just a marine market. Indeed, ethanol, methanol, and ammonia are also required by the SAF market, the plastics market, the road fuel market in Europe, and at the prices that China are offering, this is real potential to be something quite substantial. So we're seeing supply come up very quickly, but it is a complicated supply market, right? You have to know that your project is real. As Andrew said, the feedstocks are a real issue. You have to know where that's coming from. There's a lot of due diligence required. You can't just show up in Shanghai and buy clean methanol and assume that it's the stuff you need. Then on the supply side, the vessels are coming. Through this year, we expect several hundred ships being delivered. And every time a ship comes onto the water, we see an owner coming out and buying clean methanol. So those bunkering tenders are increasing. The stems are getting larger and more sophisticated as liquidity comes into the market. So we expect that there'll be 40, 50,000 tons of clean methanol moved out of China today in this year. Probably double.
Sorry, did you say you see this being moved into Europe, the fuel?
2 parts, yeah. So there's ship owners with European mandates lifting in China. That's part one, and that is the Chinese bunker ports. And then the second part is being transported to Europe in the same way UCOM or HVO is today, or HEFA.
Okay, good. Adnan, could you put that into sort of a perspective there in terms of how you see that mix growing and evolving as well from your point of view?
So let me allow to make some basics, to give some basics about the fuel, the green fuel and non-green fuel. So the normal fuel, which is fossil fuel, it's something that we have on ground, and we need some cost to take it out, to handle, to filter. So the main cost is related to OPEX. You need to buy the fuel every day, related to royalty and so on. while on the green fuel, you have to create the fuel. You have to make it. It doesn't exist. So you need a huge infrastructure. You need to have kind of free electricity by wind or solar that is free. And then you have a very little operation. So the economics, the dynamics is completely different. So that's why I believe in China, this is in nature, intrinsically, China is the country where they can provide, where the country can provide the cheapest green fuel. I'm talking about the green fuel because it's related to capex. And where is the country? Where is the country where the capex is the most economical in terms of construction and production is in China, in nature. So I believe green fuel is very expensive, actually. It's quite expensive. But to be the most competitive of that high price would be definitely in China.
How are you seeing the price difference at the moment? Maybe Greg, you've got a picture of this as well. And maybe you, Andrew, the sort of the price difference between a hydrocarbon fuel and green fuels. Is that difference? Everybody talks about it being, particularly with the energy density, sort of 2-3 times greater. Is that gap closing?
There's a pre-Iran war answer to this question, and there's a post-Iran war answer to this question. Before the war, there was a price gap. Today, VLSFO is, I don't know, $1,000 a ton in certain ports. We can deliver methanol, clean methanol at 20 grams in Shanghai at about $700. So, $1,400 on an energy equivalent basis. There is a gap. You add the EU ETS, it's not that high. So there is a...
But there are better economics.
The economics, certainly in a world where fuel security is a problem, the economics do make sense. Sure, previously, probably, in January, the numbers didn't necessarily make sense on an equivalent basis, but you're assuming then that there's a EU tax or a IMO tax that's coming forward, and you need that hedge.
And of course, Christina, no fuel being used is the ideal cost, because the less fuel you use, clearly most efficiency. And wind propulsion, everybody's talking about wind propulsion. Everybody's been talking about wind propulsion probably for a decade now. You and a number of other companies have done quite well in lifting up the profile of wind propulsion, and you've got your new facility here in China that you opened up a year ago, maybe? How's that going? How are you? What's the difference between what you do in Europe and what you do in China?
Yeah, I think maybe giving a glimpse about why we came in China and why we started in Europe. So in Europe, we don't manufacture ourselves, we outsource the manufacturing. So that helps us scale up very fast in terms of supply. We started working in Spain specifically with one first tier 1 supplier. Now we have more than 4 tier 1 suppliers, plus then that scales up to the tier 2 and tier 3. And that helped us at the beginning, first units that were built, but now that we have scaled up in terms of installations, the logical step for us was coming to China, specifically to be very close to the new build sector and to the retrofit sector here in the region. It was very important for us to establish here. So in less than 1 year, in fact 8 months, we have been able to set up not only one tier 1 supplier, but 2 tier 1 suppliers and the rest, and build the first units that will be delivered for the first new build. So it was not just for cost purpose, it was to close and have more resilience also on the supply chain. And it's been very easy to scale up and even faster than what we've been doing in Europe. So we see a huge increase here in the region, and the results have been much more than satisfactory.
And is there a difference between what you are going to be building in Spain? Because some of your competitors, I'll take one of them, Econowind, I believe they do the smaller units. They're going to be doing smaller units in Europe, but as they move into larger vessels, the larger units in China. Is that your...
We can deliver all the portfolio of units in both regions. Today we will be prioritizing certain models here in this region in China, specifically in Asia, but it is possible to build all of the units from Europe and from China.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be necessarily exporting from China, taking them to Europe for installation.
We have flexible operations in the sense that we can move units both from Europe to China and China to Europe, wherever it is required, in fact, but it is not the intention today.
And how's it going in terms of talking to the shipyards as well? This is a conversation, I know I've had this conversation with you before. You started the business by talking to ship owners because you wanted to retrofit, but with new buildings, obviously, you want a relationship with the shipyards. And I see that as one of the reasons for establishing yourself.
Yeah, one
here.
of the reasons also of starting in Europe was because a lot of the conversations were on retrofits and retrofits in Europe. So basically it made much more sense to start from that place. But for sure, as the market has been evolving, and now the owners are not looking to install this type of systems in the less, they were looking at wind propulsion as something risky. So in that sense, at the beginning of the market, they were looking much more onto the retrofit, in that sense, on old assets. But now we're starting to see a huge increase on the new building side because they want to install this type of technologies in the most expensive assets, the one that will last longer. We're seeing the regulation, the landscape that we're having, not only here at IMO, that in the previous panels they were mentioning it, but also the EU, that it will be reinforcing also this year the regulatory landscape on fuel EU and including wind in a much more favorable way. So moving to China made a lot of sense in that moment because we're seeing this huge transition to the new build. So speaking to the shipyard side, which was your original question, we've been working either from the early start or even projects, even ships that were already being built in the shipyard. So conversations were a little bit different. I think it's been very helpful, the owners we work with. We work with owners like Eastern Pacific Shipping, Klaveness, like Otfel. So they've been very helpful in those conversations. And either the ship being started to be built and it was already, or even in early conversations, I think they're open to the business to integrate in the system, I would say.
And Fortescue's not just involved in the ammonia picture. I know I've covered how you've been as a company, been involved in batteries, and your Andrew Forrest seems to have his finger in many projects and pies, doesn't he? How does that work out in terms of sort of how you're approaching the shipping industry? Because, are you funding projects like batteries and that, like you've been looking at ammonia? And who's the benefit for that? Because you've got a number of companies that you charter vessels from. So how are you looking at the relationship that you're going to have with ship owners?
I think the way that we look at it for our landside activity, we made heavy commitments on the electrification because we believe that was the best way to decarbonize trucks, crashes, and so forth. And we've done enormous amount of work on fast charging in the UK. We've sort of finessed and innovators in the fast charging. We bought Williams Advanced Engineering. But of course, again, we brought the scaling up elements of that to China. We've actually been heavily involved in wind because we want to produce renewable energy on our sites. We made a big investment in Spain with Nabra Wind. But shipping is always the difficult one because it's not on the land. It's multiple global ship owners. We only control 10% of our freight, 90% is provided by tonnage providers. So what we really did with the ammonia project was because the shipyards and the engine manufacturers weren't moving quick enough. They said, ammonia is something like 2035, 2040. Come back to us then. It's going to be transition fuels in the meantime, bios and LNG. We said, no, that can't be the case. We've got to bring the carbon-free fuel to the front of the queue. And I think we achieved that. So what have we done? We've validated the market for ammonia. And a global market is absolutely key to make sure that works. Of course, the IMO is a second part. We want it to be better incentivized than it is today. But really, that is our interest there. So we have some ships. We generally will rely on tonnage providers to build the ships and hopefully the state-of-the-art ships so that then that benefits our supply chain. But as a group, we're impacted by Scope 1 and Scope 3 emissions because we're effectively in the iron and steelmaking business. We must make sure that our Scope 3 emissions are addressed as well. And that means that we can't just wait on the shipyards, who probably, with the greatest respect, even the Chinese shipyards, will only build yesterday's model unless somebody says to them, let's build tomorrow's model. It's not really the shipyards who innovate. It's the small technology companies, the clean tech companies that go to the shipyard and say, right, my engine's ready, our system's here ready, please change. And then after a long discussion.
So do you see that as part of your job?
That is absolutely part of our job.
That discussion.
We've got to build the ship of the future and not necessarily the ship of the past. And that's really, really important. The ship, whether people build them for 20 odd years, they will last and probably be around on the water for 20 years. So it's really, really key that we make that message clear at the front to build the right technology. Yeah. If I could just go back to technology piece, talking about the compression of prices and where China's involved, you can see one of the major feats of China has been reduced the cost of electrolyzers, and that is what has effectively reduced the price of ammonia by almost half over the last couple of years, and why China now is able to produce ammonia at basically the same parity price as oil.
So it's that green hydrogen?
That's green hydrogen, yes.
Yeah, so it's the green. Adnan sort of the development of sort of green hydrogen, is that, do you see that playing a key role? And maybe Greg can come in on this as well. This, what's it called, the 15th five-year plan that China has. And I've seen some announcements about sort of building up. I think Jason was alluding to the fact that China's going to make, you know, renewable electricity sort of more dominant on its percentages within 4 years, 2030. Can't forget that 2030 actually is only a few years away. So do you see this green hydrogen investment being a really key element to what we're going to see happening in China?
Actually, green ammonia, green methanol is based on green hydrogen.
Yeah.
So this is part of it. You always start with the same. You need some green electricity. You need to have some water. You split the water, you have green hydrogen. And then you have two options. You have options. Either you stay with that green hydrogen, which is difficult to handle, difficult to keep, or you continue the value chain with some other components to make methanol, green methanol, with synthetic gases, or you just put some nitrogen and you have the green ammonia. Yeah. But then all these projects need to be located in the area where you have good wind or good sun or good hydro plants. And this is generally not close to the sea. And then when you have finished with your fuel, then you have to continue. So anyway, I believe in China, this will continue to grow. Chinese electricity power mix is increasing with renewable. And China, for the next 5 years plan, is planning to optimize the supply and demand of electricity because, you know, one of the challenge of renewable is the supply offer demand because you cannot control the wind, you cannot control the sun. I mean, the sun is pretty predictable, but not really the wind. And all this energy need to be aligned with the demand. And China is pretty ambitious by using AI to optimize all these flows in order to increase the rate of usage of that energy. So if it is successful, it means the green energy will become cheaper and cheaper.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Give me a microphone. The 5-year plan, obviously they've just finished or more or less wrapping up their work in Beijing, and that will now filter down to the provinces and the cities, and then each city and each company will start to build their own. But basically, it's a statement of intent by the kind of Greater China Inc. To go out and build all of these facilities, you said at the start. And then it's a capex problem. Basically, the Chinese are saying they're going to do it. And I think it's important to remember that, and certainly in the context of the war in the Middle East, that it's not a question of sustainability or a question of greenwashing or ESG. It's a matter of national security for the Chinese state to develop the hydrogen ecosystem. Currently, China imports all of its gas, imports all of its oil. It basically has no reserves of its own. And until there is a hydrogen economy that can support Chinese infrastructure and Chinese production, then China is massively exposed, not just to the Middle East, but also to the US. So when we see this, the long trend here, it's one of the reasons we set up a trading company to work on this, is that this is just the direction it's going to go because the geopolitical reality is such. Europe's ESG mandates can come and go, that's fine. The Americans can do whatever they want, but the reality is the capital will go down because it's not an environmental problem, it's a security problem. People take those very seriously.
Yeah. And I begin to see that, but where does that picture of the fuels, the ammonia and methanol that's going to be exported and would therefore be part of the shipping industry's green transition, where does that fit into it? Because you're saying about it being a sort of national security question, and therefore that green hydrogen would become useful internally. It's a domestic solution to isolate China from all the ups and downs that we see globally. But where does the export picture fit into that? Where do you see that from venture energy? Because clearly that's where you're positioning yourself.
Yeah, I guess it all plays together. I mean, China has built, say for example, you take the power market for ships, clean power market for ships as an example. China has built all of the infrastructure first and then worried about the domestic mandates for its use later. So you have, for example, shore power is available in substantially all of China's major ports, but utilization is very low because they haven't built the rules yet. You know, it works the other way around in Europe, where they build the rules first and the infrastructure comes second. But substantially, the direction is the same. I guess that it's two sides of the same coin. You produce to export, you produce to the markets where they're going to buy it. Obviously, that's the European mandated markets today, and in the future, you can move your own. It gives you the optionality, basically, right? And all it takes in China is one decision in 5 years, and you can do basically anything.
Maybe just to add to that, I think one area that we have to acknowledge where China will have to develop over the next few years is to actually build that global trust. So many times we talk about facilities in the north of China today producing green ammonia. People say, oh, it's not green. Have you been there? Actually, yes, we have, and they are. But that message is quite difficult to get out. But more importantly, as a user of fuels, you're going to have to know that the fuel is not just available for the next 2-3 years at perhaps even a discounted price because there's not much demand for green ammonia today. You've got to know that it's going to be around there for 5 or 10 years' time. So the one element here is the Chinese will have to build trust in the Chinese that they will be prepared to supply for foreign ships, overseas ships, maybe even export, rather than it necessarily going back into the Chinese system to decarbonize other elements of the Chinese economy, including even, although unlikely, the fertilizer sector. But then building from that, nobody's going to invest in ammonia carriers if the fuel is only available at one end of the supply chain. Even though China does actually fuel most of the iron ore trade from Australia today in China, you'll want to make sure that it's available in Singapore. We know they have their plans. Australia, of course, has their plans with the Clean Energy Hub in Pilbara as well. And that, for me, is how a global market develops. First of all, you've got to get the certification. We can trust it. It can be traded. It can be global. And, of course, it has to be available in multiple places. What I do want to say, though, is in some of these fuels, the more you move them, the more expensive they're going to be. So the less they are moved, the less handling, SIMOPS bunkering in the point of either discharge or load is really, there's a northern star there. So I don't actually believe that China necessarily will be a big exporter of green ammonia. I think they will be using it domestically to supply a vessel, fueling system, and perhaps other domestic uses as well.
Yeah. Good. We've got about 9 minutes left, so I haven't got my tablet with me, so I have no idea if anybody's asked a question. Where is it? Somebody hid it from me. Great. Anyway, while I'm finding out if the audience does have a question, if you do have a question, just do what John did. Be John, wave your hand, shout at me, say you've got a question. That's absolutely fine. But Christina, let's bring the wind conversation back into this. How disappointed were you in October when you saw what was happening at the IMO? People calling it a big coffee break, and there's now, I've seen some of the papers that have gone into the next MEPC, and there's talk about taking away the controversial areas around a market-based measure, or rather a sort of economic measure. And just pushing on the more technical side of things, there's also the work to strengthen the CII, although we did hear earlier on that, I think it was Monk Young said that we don't know what the penalties are going to be even yet for the CII. How disappointed are you with that, and how's that influencing your conversations with ship owners and shipyards about deploying wind?
Yeah, I think it's not a matter if I'm disappointed or not. Somehow I expected the situation, and I guess everyone in the room, if they're aware of what's happening in the world, which is geopolitics at the end of the day, they would be aware that this situation could happen. Maybe the word adjournment could have not come into our minds, and no could have been a possibility. I mean, we know what the situation is with Trump, we know what's happening in the world, but you still work towards bringing solutions like at IWSA level. We have been introducing documentation for the MEPCs. So, I mean, at the end of the day, this is what occurred. But I think it's, and my colleague here explained it before, this energy transition is not just about sustainability. So CO2 will be a big part of the conversation moving forward, like the European Union setting up very strict regulations, other regions really realizing if the IMO does not approve these international regulations, that at the end of the day, this is a huge input of money flowing to the region, that they could invest in this technology that otherwise maybe at IMO level would not have had access to this financing. So this will occur, but it's also about the energy security that was mentioned previously. So I think that coming back to the energy, even if IMO is not approved in October, in that sense, wind still has a possibility because wind is providing you precisely that flexibility. It's providing you this free energy in big parts of the route. So at the end of the day, either if it's because it's driven for EU regulations for ships exposed to EU water operations, or is it because of providing you that energy security, wind is still part of the mix.
But you still got the Fuel EU Maritime, which obviously is a big driver. I've spoken to a lot of European owners who are very intra-Europe, and because they put wind solutions on board and are using biofuel, they're in a really good position to do pooling under the Fuel EU Maritime. And I spoke to one ship designer, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, smaller vessels, about 20,000 TEU. He said almost every conversation with ship owners involves talk about whether they should put wind on a new building.
Yeah, because for sure they should, because at the end of the day,
Of course you're going to say they should.
No. But the European Union regulation, if you've read the Fuel EU, there is 3 thresholds basically for the wind reward factor. So wind is the only technology today in this regulation that has a reward factor. But what is being discussed today is that wind could have even 100% reward factor, in the sense that as much wind you have, as much reward you could get. And even if you see the strategy that the European Union released recently, they put wind as a strategic segment for Europe. So why not considering really wind propulsion as part of the strategy moving forward with the regulation? So that's why if today it makes sense as the regulations are, and we expect them to be even more strict and more prone to wind propulsion, really it's a no-brainer in that sense.
Maybe you can echo what you're saying, Christina. Wakwong is a tonnage provider. That's the parent of Venture Energy. And we are getting the demand from our customers. If they don't necessarily want to put on the sails today, they want to have the decks hardened when they build the new vessels, such that in 2 years or 3 years they have the option. So it's, we're seeing it happen on the steel, and it will come, I'm sure.
How are you doing that, incidentally? Because do you in some way say, we know we're going to put a system that is going to weigh that kind of much, so that's the level of
I think that's how it works. I mean, I'm not an engineer and I'm not really a shipping guy, so forgive me. But yeah, if someone comes to us and says they want to build a 10-year charter on Newcastle Maxes or whatever, they want to build a certain number of vessels and they want a deck strength of X such that they can withstand. And then you obviously have to think about arrangement of hatches and things.
And doing that. And just before we see whether has anybody got a question, or am I just going to be the only one asking questions? It's perfectly fine. I don't mind. Great. No more questions. Good. I'm going to go to Adnan again. This time just sort of looking at the tanks. Now, this is your speciality, GTT, in terms of the tanks, but I want to talk about the fuel tanks specifically, because ammonia requires a fuel tank. When it comes to flexibility on a design of a ship, what, as an owner, would I have to think about when it comes to the flexibility if I wanted LNG, ammonia? I know methanol doesn't go into a pressurized tank, but I have heard that they can go into the same tanks as well. So can you just give me some sort of paint a picture here about this so-called flexibility for the future of a ship that's going to have all these tanks, but some of it needs to be cryogenic, pressurized, special coating?
Okay. So LNG is cryogenic, low pressure, used to be low pressure. Ammonia is also cryogenic, minus 50 degrees approximately, also no pressure. It can be pressurized, but for a large quantity, it is safer to be no pressure. Methanol is not cryogenic, but it's no pressure either. It's a liquid CO2, it must be 5 bar and more. So when you look at LNG, ammonia, or methanol, technically it can go to the one similar tank, one same tank. Of course, you need to design the ship and the tank in order to accommodate the difference of temperature and weight and densities. But there is one thing which is different, is the density,
the energy density.
Energy density. So that's the big challenge. Ammonia is basically almost double than LNG. So if you design your fuel tank in LNG, which is a round trip, then you are safe. You say, okay, I want a round trip LNG, and it can be ammonia ready, but the ammonia ready will be a one-way.
Right.
It's okay.
But you can put ammonia in your GTT tanks?
Yes, we have designed...
On the ship, on the marine side?
Yes, we have improved that recently because we see the demand that, okay, ammonia is the trend, or at least there is a trend that no one can ignore, but no one can order ammonia now because of lack of resource, because of so many considerations that we all know. But the ship is for 20 years at least, 20 or more. So why not considering LNG fuel to be ammonia ready or some sort of ammonia readiness so that in case some suppliers are making tremendous efforts to have ammonia, why not to do some conversion? So I'm talking about dream thing because the tank, we can be ammonia ready. What about the engine? What about the cargo handling system? We are not talking about the same flow, the same speed, the same density. So there is nothing 100% ready, I have to say. The key component can be ready. The tank, maybe the engine, but still there will be some piping, valves, compressor, pumps that needs to be converted because they are definitely not the same sizing.
Yeah.
But this is what we tend to see. At the beginning, when we had our first project in LNG, we had some LNG ready just for the paperwork, and nobody really believed on it, but now we see more and more interest.
But all the time, all of these fuels still need a pilot fuel, so you're still going to have vessels that need to have a pilot fuel tank, effectively.
Yeah, but ammonia for I mean, you need a small pilot fuel, but it's okay. Very small one.
Good. We've just run out of time, and I think it's coffee time now. So could we say a big thank you for my panelists? Thank you very much to Greg Adnan, Christina, and Andrew. And I think now we have a coffee break. So we will take our coffee break, and we can come back here at 4 o'clock, please. We're going to move into the last session of today's event, looking more into the Chinese shipyards and the market. So I'm going to invite, I've just been practicing his name, Yannis Koufaletakis, to come up from Arrow Shipbroking Group to introduce the session with a looking at the market outlook for shipbuilding. Thank you, Yannis.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. So we are approaching all-time high. Last January, we reached levels of 2028. Here we can see. Can I have a?
Yeah, there's one there. Use that microphone there, Yannis.
Okay, so here you can see the forward order book cover, which is the years that we need to build the ships that are in order today. So we see that from the year 2000 up to 2024, the curve is in parallel with the order book volumes. But in 2024, the separate ways. It plateaus at 4.5 years, where the order book continues to grow. 2024 is also significant because it's the year that, according to the theory, we should have peaked already. However, this didn't happen because in 2025, we have one of the strongest years ever. Actually, after the 2007 and 2024, it was the strongest year ever in orders. So here we can see the 5 circles of new building relating to the average earnings. So we see that the first circle here, which is the first booming, started from 2004 about up to 2009. This was driven by the demand for a replacement of the fleet, huge earnings, record earnings as a matter of fact, and big credit. Then we pass in a decade of contraction, The first phase is the hull optimization. The second, we have the first eco ships. And the third one, mostly based on retrofits. So in current super cycle, we have the first drive was the recovery from COVID. Then we have the Greek transition, and then we have the geopolitical disruption. And here we have a driver that still didn't come in full effect, which is the age replacement. So today we are not at high for aging of fleet. The last time that it was about close, it was 2004, 2005, which of course led to the super cycle of the first super cycle of new building. So this factor here has not come into effect. We expect to come in the 5 years to come. So still we have a lot of orders to expect. And here we can see more clearly, this is the projected replacement requirement basis on previous data of scrapping. So here we see that about 5 years from now, 2030, 2031, we will have kind of reduction of the demand for the new fleet. But in the middle of the next decade, about 2025, we will have a peak for demand. And actually, that peak of demand will surpass the current shipbuilding capacity. Something interesting here to note is that for the next 15 years, we need to build about 46,000 ships. And in no time of 15 years before, we have built more than 26,000. So this is huge. Here we see some underbuilt types and sizes. So small LPG carriers, feeders, intermediate container ships, and big-scale LNG carriers are still undersized. But of course, the big boys are always the bulkers and the tankers. You see here how aging is the fleet. This one is the orders. This one is the 15 years old, 20 years old, and 25 years old. So you see that pretty much all the sizes are aging, and in 5 years' time, 5 to 10 years' time, we will have a lot of demand for new buildings. This is what happened, is a snapshot of what happened in the last 2 years. This is the container ship that pretty much dominated the last 2 years. But towards the end, we have the bulk carriers, mainly Newcastlemaxes, and crude oil tankers, mainly VLCCs, that we had some huge chunks. And one more factor that will play a role for the future new building. Up to now, we have the recovery of the market, we have the aging of the fleet, and we have the green transition, and one more is the growing of the seaborne trade. We see that from now until 2030, we have 10% of growing, and from 2030 until 2040, still growing in a steady pace. So it's clear that we have a lot of ships to build. We will need a lot of capacity, and this capacity will likely come from China. So we see that from 2004 up to 2009, the first super cycle, the China has doubled its share of new building in the global order book. And from that time until then, it further doubled its share. Now we are in the unprecedented 70% of the ships that are building in the world are built in China. Only last year, we have a 7% jump in the share from Chinese shipyards. And here we can see this is the three big shipbuilding countries. The capacity measured in millions compensated gross tonnage. So here we see that China, in 2012 and 2026 today, it's more or less the same capacity, which is about 20 million compensated gross tonnage. So what happened is this, after the contraction of the market, we reached in the bottom, rock bottom here of about 10 to 12 million compensated gross tonnage. So when here we start to have orders, in the first 2 years, the shipyards used all their capacity. In the 2023, we have the latent capacity that we had for yards that they didn't use their full potential yet, plus some fine-tuning of their processes. But 2023, the shipyards realized that the market will continue to grow, so they start to plan their physical expansion. So for this physical expansion, we will start to see now, this year. But in the next 2 years, 2024 and 2025, what we see a growing of more than 5 million compensated gross tonnage, which came from the shipyards that were abandoned in this period. So we see reactivations, we see yards rent other shipyards, and all these kind of things. And now, from 2026 until 2028, we will see a further jump of almost 10 million compensated gross tonnage. So, which means that from 2023 up to now, we have a double almost here. And from 2026 until 2028, another almost double. To put it in perspective, 35 million GDP is almost whatever we had in 2024 altogether, all the three big countries together. One story that I like to say about how China managed to take the risk and take the challenges is what happened to the LNG sea market. So until 2021, we have about 35 orders for big LNG carriers, membrane type, which is the crown jewel of complexity. And there is only one shipyard that they are doing this. But from 2021 up to now, just in 5 years, we have tripled the orders, more than 100 now, and 5 shipyards that built and already have delivered successfully LNG carriers. But it's not only about the capacity. China has also the advantage of the cost. So here we see that against Japan, we are about 21,000 per head, per person, which will be like $4 million US dollars for an Ultramax. For Korea, it's more than 26,000 per person per year, which will be about $6 million for an MR2. Still price the same. There is advantage of $100 per ton against Japan, or about $1 million US dollars for Ultramax. And against Korea, more than $200 per ton, which will be about $2.4 million for an MR2. But there is one thing that for the moment China is not so advantageous, and this is the exchange rates. So we see that Japan and Korea, they are doing quite well against the dollar, whereas in China, since 2025, we have an appreciation of about 5.5%. This will put pressure in the price of VLCC, something like US 6.6 million US dollars. We're going to see what will happen with appreciation. For sure, the shipyards have concerns, and for sure we see this when they quote to us for their pricing. So that's about it. the future looks very optimistic. So over the last 5 years, we reached unprecedented levels and all-time high. But we think that the order book will be healthy for the years to come until the next decade. And this is that. And from 2023 until 2028, we have almost triple the capacity from Chinese yards. And we expect the Chinese yards to dominate the future demand for tonnage. And also, there is a cost competitiveness that will help them further. And also, with this kind of forward cover nearly 5 years, we expect the prices, at least until the next correction, which will be probably 2031, the prices will remain supported. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Yanis. Good, and now on the back of that, we'll now go and have our panel looking at the shipbuilders within China, how they see their growth and the next phase of growth. So I'm not going to do the panel. I'm going to invite my colleague Irene to come up and moderate this panel. So Irene, if you'd like to come up, and then I'll let you introduce your panelists.
Everybody hear me? Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Irene. I'm from TradeWinds, from Singapore office. It's a privilege to be here. Nice that my colleague allowed me to moderate this session on shipbuilding. Today, we have got 5 expert panelists joining us, and they are Victor Lee. Would you like to join us, Victor Lee? Yeah, here you are. Victor Lee is from Tianxi Shipyard. And next we have got Mr. Wang Jiaying from Pudong Zhonghua Shipbuilding. And we have Mr. Zhou Zhiyong from Starry. Cao Guo from Kensi. And Mr. Yan Ha from Costco Shipping. Right. Shipbuilding has always been, my favorite topic in this industry. I've been following the sector for a number of years. China, when I first came to China in 1997, Pudong was just a marshland and Jiangnan was building Panamax bulk carriers. But today, China has grown so fast. I think it took less than 2 decades to become the world's leading shipbuilding nation and capturing over half of the global shipbuilding order book. Am I right? But the question remains here. How is China going to grow further? Do you think it's possible? At the same time, the industry is facing challenges from rising nations such as India, Indonesia, Vietnam, and of course, there's intense competition back at home from private-owned shipyards, and shipyards are reopening. So will they pose a threat to China's shipbuilding dominance in the long run? Perhaps this gentleman can help us to answer these questions today. Let us start with Mr. Cao Guo, if you can share with us briefly how China, or what are the factors that contributed to China's rapid growth in the last 2 decades, that it became a leading shipbuilding nation today?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the moderators. First, thank you to TradeWinds for having me here, and it's an honor to share opinions, perspectives for China. But I will speak Chinese, like the more listeners and everyone can understand my meanings. 好，非常感谢啊，感谢主办方邀请我。刚才的问题呢还是比较 大的啊，这个很多专业的人士都在分析中国中国造船业为什么会引领世界啊，这个包括我们的主题都是为什么会会不会更进一步，但是我们作为船舶工业行业协会啊，就是说造船厂的协会，我们在看这个问题的时候呢，我们要看到船舶市场，我们的船厂生产的产品是定制化的产品，每个船都来自于船东，船东需要它，我们才会建造。所以这个市场不是我有更大的能力才能造，而是这个市场够大，才有更大的玩家来进来。所以说，中国造船业发展这么多年，如果说为什么成功，第一个最大的原因就是这完全是市场导向性的，有这么大的航运需求，有这么大的航运市场，才会给其中的包括中国在内的中国、韩国、日本以及其他国家啊创造这个机会。所以巨大的市场需求啊是目前我们说中国到这个位置的一个最关键的一个因素。当然，第二点就是中国船舶工业自己啊造船人自己的这个我们说几十年啊，从改革开放到现在几十年的我们自己的投入啊，我们换一种说法，用一种更经济学的，就是产业经济学各种竞争要素的一种竞争。我们说我们要有劳动力，要有资本投入，要有产能，要有技术啊，要有这些空间。那我们看中国造船业这么多年来怎么取得了，包括国际船东在内，应该说国际所有的船东基本上都在中国有订单或者造过船。得到了这些船东的认可，是因为船舶工业在这些比较优势上啊，中国船厂给他们提供了更合理啊、更有竞争性啊，完全是依托于市场竞争的产品啊，这个是我们说这是大家有目共睹的，可以看到的。那第三点呢，就是说中国船舶工业呢，造船厂们也一直在跟随着世界最新的海事规则的进步。前面这个上午的时候，我听到了有一些专家去探讨未来海事规则的变化，包括刚才这个 DNV 的刘总也探讨了这个我们说IMO 啊，以及我们说整个减排的一些发展的一个想法。中国船厂，包括中国的设备商，以及在中国船厂共同合作的全球的供应商伙伴们，一起去来解决，是给更好的解决方案。我们没有说我们说讨论如果说我们的甲方我们就叫船东，如果说这个价格贵，那我们就给他提供更合理、更有优势的解决方案。那如果说有更好的方案，中国船厂就是因为技术创新这些优势在一起啊，我们获得了一个优势。那另外一个呢，刚才我们说还有一个优势，就是说我们有巨大的我们前面的专家啊这个提到的中国有巨大的劳动力优势啊，有成本优势。我看到了曲线啊，这个中日韩三国工人的工资的一个对比，但我个人觉得呢，可能还可以探讨啊。现在中国的工资应该说，优秀工人和设计师的工资并不比这个我们说我们的这个日本、韩国的工人要低啊。基本上大家都是在同一个水平上的。现在中国的工人的工资呢，也是有竞争力的啊，跟这个我们说其他行业相比。所以说呢，整个优势的来源呢，是来自于大的工业基础，来自于我们这个产业整个全市场的配套，整个我们的这么多年的专业化的深耕，来获得了当前的地位。所以说呢，我就简单的说这3点，谢谢主持人啊。
Thank you, Mr. Chow. Yes, indeed, China has got this huge resource of labor and advantage in cost. But as you said, cost is rising. Shipyards, perhaps, Mr. Chen, Mr. Victor Lee of Chen Xi Shipyard. Your company is building new vessels and ship repairing. Cost-wise, margin-wise, has it been affected by this rising cost? And how are you tackling this problem?
Okay, I will speak Chinese. 感谢主持人啊，也是其实一样的问题。我们现在也是面临着，不管是修船也好，造船也好，这个成本都是在上升的。所以刚才我特别就是听了曹总的一个介绍啊，中国的其实更多的一个竞争力，现在是一个体系的竞争力。我们是来自于这个 system 一个系统性的竞争力。那我们现在一个比较强大的竞争力，我觉得可以从我们现在更重要的最开始的技术引领这一环，啊，包括我们在座的这个周院长 Starry， 这是我们也是 under CSSC Group 的，另外呢，包括我们自己的一些研究人员，还有整个中国来说，我们现在的毕业的大学生，大家可以看到， 我们有每年超过1000万的大学生，这里边有很多是理工科的学生，所以这对于我们船舶的一个技术的进步、迭代升级和对最后整体的成本优化来说，是起到一个极大的帮助的。所以在这一方面呢，我觉得虽然从源头我们的设计源头就有帮助，然后其次呢，我们的供应链整合完了以后，不管是修船也好、造船也好，对于整个供应链的一个韧性以及我们的成本节约来说，时间上也是一个成本，这一块对我们来说也是一个很大的帮助。然后另外一个就是我们现在整体的一个体系化，船厂的自己的管理的体系化，这也是一个极大帮助。最后一点呢，我觉得还是一个文化的打造。比如说像晨曦现在我们就有自力更生、团结奋进、勇攀高峰、争创一流的这么一个企业文化。那么在这种一个大家积极向上的文化上边，大家可以一起，不管是修船也好，做到一个平衡，同时把成本降到最低。谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Lee. With that, Mr. Wong, at Hudong Zhonghua, you're building LNG vessels. You have got the largest order book. What kind of competition are you facing internally, and what is the future growth for Hudong Shipyard in this aspect, in terms of cost?
Okay, so I also will answer this question in Chinese. So, 是的，对沪东中华来说呢，我们是深耕在 LNG 船这个行业。目前我们手持订单是57条。57条，如果从
57
yeah 57 so 如果是从昌隆来说呢，我们市场份额应该是全球最大的。那么是这么一个从我们的角度呢，就是长期以来一直致力在这个 LNG 的这个行业，而且呢，我们从我们这个 LNG 船的从设计建造到交付，也一直在这个努力提升我们的方面的能力。我举几个例子，比如说从我们交付周期，从最早的36个月，到目前我们最快是16个月多一点。所以我们从交付周期、从建造质量、从各方面都在提升，我们自己在这方面的努力啊。然后从我们的目标来说呢，我们也是在增加自己的相关的 LNG 船方面的这个生产能力。我们去年呢是完工了13条，交了11条，我们今年应该也是类似。我们的目标是要扩产到20条左右，那么成为全球最大的 LNG 船的制造商。
You mentioned the first vessel took the shipyard 36 months to build.
Yes, 36 months.
And then the last vessel took you how long?
16. 16. Yeah.
So it's half the time period.
Yeah.
How did you achieve that? I mean, okay, we have built several vessels. How did we manage that? Is it technology, or it's just workers' experience? How we do it?
我们的建造效率啊，各方面能力的提升其实是多维度的。从设计方面，我们的设计也是越来越成熟，因为从最开始引进的法国大西洋设计到完全独立自主设计，到目前建造的船，其实都是一些复造的一些基本上复造的一些船舶。从设计方面，我们的准备就非常充分。第二个呢，我们受益于整个中国的这个供应链。最早的我们只有20%几的这个国产的配套，如果是从采购价值来看，目前可以达到80%。
OK。
所以呢，从设计，然后从我们的工人的熟练程度，从我们的工艺，尤其是从我们再举一个例子，我们码头周期长期保持在10到11个月，那目前可能只要6到7个月，那么光码头我们就节约了4到5个月。所以所有的提升是各方面的，那么也受益于整个中国的 LNG 造船的规模效应的这方面的这个优势啊，所以应该是多方面的，使得我们一直在很努力的努力在这方面工作。
Okay, 谢谢。You talk about design, and that's the advantage. And we have got Starry. You're famous for your designs, your vessels design. Are you working with all the shipyards, Mr. Cho? The designs, the vessels that the design of the ship's design, are you just doing tankers, bulkers, or you're also doing other types of vessels?
Actually, there was no boundary for Starry.
No boundary.
Yeah, we
serves for the global owners, and actually we are open to all the shipyards.
Private and state-owned. You're working with both.
Yeah, and for the ship types, what owners want, that's our target. We can design almost cover almost all the major ship types, and also including very specialized ship types, such as asphalt carrier, stainless steel chemical tanker, RoPax, almost all, and even liquefied CO2 carrier. We are ready for some contract.
Your design, are they just basic design, or it's already very high where owners come in and say, no, we don't need to have any changes, we will adopt your design, or will shipyards go back and do more modifications? How does it work?
We can cover the whole chain from feasibility study to steel cutting. That means we can make consulting and conceptual design to the owner side. Then we can make a basic design, we can make detailed design. Also, we have the workshop of production design. Already we delivered very well for several RoPax, PCDCs in different shipyards. That means the shipyards just do steel cutting. Then Starry covered all the drawings and all the support to the shipyards.
By sharing your design with both state-owned and private-owned shipyards, is there any fear of technology leakages, design leakages, anything like that? I mean, at one stage, it was a very sensitive issue.
There were very famous saying in Chinese, 天下武功唯快不破. Only you are much faster than others, you can win. Not just by protection of the IP or something.
You heard it, no protection. Right. And when it comes to design, we have got, I think, at least half of the order book vessels are dual fuel ready. And that's when we have got Mr. Yan Hao that can help us to answer some of the questions on retrofitting. You have done some conversion of conventional fuel container ships into methanol dual fuel. What kind of challenges does your yacht face when you have this kind of conversion taking place? Because you need several pipes. Do you take out all the things in the ship? I don't know about vessels, so please guide me.
Okay. First, much appreciation for the invitation from TradeWinds once again. And I participate from last year and this year again. And much appreciation for the gentleman here. And the gentlemen who talk about, the shipbuilding a lot. Everybody focus on shipbuildings. I coming from a coast called Shanghai, Shanghai, who we are neighbors, Hudong, Zhonghua, Jiangnan, and nearby SWS. And regarding the dual fuel retrofit, I remember last year's, I said, we plan, we see we will do. And at the moment, we say we did. Up to today, beginning of February, we redelivered 3 methanol dual fuel for the make container vessels, 2 20K, 1 13.8K, and the number 4, 13.8K, methanol dual fuel, C-try after tomorrow. We plan to redeliver within end of the year, end of the March. And it is first batch for container vessels coming from Costco. And the second batch, 5 10K from CISPA. The first one in the yard, 2 weeks already, and we are running very well. Up to today's, how is the challenge? It's a really big challenge. I have to talk background, COVID background. The first batch who went Europe and 10 days quarantine when I back. I did with evidence. At that time, many years, head office Copenhagen, and Winnipeg, Swiss, Washington, Finland. I saw Mr. Wan Qing present here. We did a very nice discussion. However, it's too difficult, too early stage, 2022. Now it's 17th March 2026. We signed a contract, first batch in the earlier of 23, and then later in the 24. And right now, it is, let's say, okay, all 5 plus 5, it is, we have to see a first batch for maintenance in 2-3 years ago. That time, maintenance maybe is a good challenge, good choice. It's some story later soon. And right now, we say, okay, we exactly safety solutions, and we are solution within 3 months to complete 1 retrofit.
Wow.
From ship arrival, 3 months, delivered 1 by 1. It is succeed solutions together with evidence with Wasilla for both main engine and auxiliary engine retrofits. Secondly, we are exactly for the new building contract models, EPC IC. Shipyard take over the full engineering purchase, international purchase, construction, commissioning integrations, until after sales service. 1 year, 1.5 years.
Wow.
Exactly new buildings, models. Secondly, nowadays, okay, we move to LNG dual fuel. Several case under discussion. It may quickly to sign a contract very soon. And regarding how to provide the global service together with engine maker, with design company, whatever story or America, and we all share the marine industry resource, who is the #1 in the world in Shanghai.
Okay.
We are doing. 谢谢.
Thank you. Right. So what is the next growth for Chinese shipyards if we have achieved quite a lot? Mr. Wang, what is next for you in Hudong Shipyard? What you guys are working on? Can you share with us?
Yeah, so I think for Hudong Shipyard, we will focus on LNG carrier business.
Yeah.
So this is our primary product. So I have mentioned our target, and we will put our best resource on this because now we move to the Changxing Island.
Yes.
Yes, from the city, and we have the now we have 4 new dry dock. We may have an additional new dry dock. I don't know, but whatever we will definitely put our best resource, including the best engineers and workers on this, and based on the existing resource,
Yeah.
we can
Okay.
achieve our target. And the next project is large container ship.
Large container
Large
vessels.
container ship for 13K or 20,000 or 14,000 is quite suitable for Hudong. And due to our new dry dock limitation, I mean the size limitation, we may involve some feeder business maybe.
Right.
Yeah. So what I mean is we will make we will make our internal resource on the best efficiency to explore the possibility on all the business. So yeah.
So what you meant is that, look, Hudong, our focus specialization is on LNG ships, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then we also have got container vessels
Yeah.
and possibly some feeder vessels.
Yeah.
So these container vessels and feeder vessels, are they more of a product diversification, or is sort of like just filling up the dock space?
You're asking the
How do, yeah.
yeah. We have already signed a lot of contracts on container ship.
Yes.
Yes. So if the container ship market is not so good, maybe we will try on VLCC or other tanker, or
Okay.
maybe I'm not sure.
So right, so it's sort of like
But LNG carry is
the main.
yeah, #1 choice. Yeah.
Right, got it. Yeah. Shipyards are working on dual fuel vessels, methanol, ammonia. It's the supply of engine. How about nuclear powered vessels? Are we working towards that?
Yes, yeah, we are working on this. Up to now, we have a lot of project experience on NGD fuel, but no methanol, no ammonia. But we do have our internal design. Of course, we can cooperate with our partner. Yeah,
nuclear. Oh,
Just
nuclear. Sorry.
Jiangnan, is this?
Oh, nuclear,
Yeah.
no. For us,
Okay.
no. I think Jiangnan maybe they are interested in this. I don't know.
I think so. Jiangnan, you've been interested in having this nuclear-powered vessels for a long time. Yeah. Is that right? No, sorry, not Jiangnan. This Shenxi, sorry. Got it.
Nuclear. I don't think
Jiangnan is
nuclear
your
is.
neighbor.
Yes, our neighbor. My understanding is nuclear is not. Yeah.
Just the boiler?
Boiler. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Right. Last year, we saw demand for Chinese shipbuilding tail off after the USTR 301 announcements. But then, when that was sort of suspended for 1 year, do you think it'll come back? And if it does, do you think how will it affect the Chinese market, Chinese shipbuilding market, Mr. Wang?
Yes. Yes, last year at least I remember last March.
Yes.
Yeah, last March we the USA policy really gave us some pressure.
Yeah.
So the new building market last March or April is very quiet. So I think from last October, the things to be much more clear. And if this new policy, because at that time, no, it's a kind of unknown and unpredicted risk. So everybody is just waiting for what happened. So they are thinking how to manage this too complex. So wait. So my understanding is because the market has some experience on this last year. So even this new policy come again, I think the market have absorbed this kind of thing.
Okay, right. So you think owners are prepared for that?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Besides this,
at least the impact compared with the last year will be much smaller.
Much less. Yeah. So they sort of got used to it. Yeah. Besides the U.S. Tariffs and the port fees, what other factors do you think will be affecting China's shipbuilding industry? Maybe we can have Mr. Chao Po help us.
其实呢，刚才我也回答一下刚才这个您问那个我们这个王总的那个情况啊。其实呢，这个我们看到了去年呢，这个美国USTR 对中国的政策影响，中国船协呢作为中国造船厂的代表方呢，也有我们的这个领导去参会去听证会啊。上午的这个船东协会的分享呢，也看到了关于美国的这些政策呢。 全球大多数超过90%的政策都是反对的啊，这个评论意见都是反对的。那其实它损害的呢，不仅仅是中国造船业，其实它损害了整个本身原来运行着很专业的，依靠着国际规则、依靠着国际法律法规，运行的全球的这种海事业的这种，扰乱了它这个原来的流程啊。所以说呢，大家也看到了结果，应该说呢，从市场的反应上来看。 中国船舶工业受到的影响还是有限的。当然呢，我们不是说美国造船业不可以复苏，没问题，我们也都欢迎所有的啊，因为您这个议题里也包含了越南、菲律宾啊，可能会之后会讨论。所有的造船国家都有权利发展它自己的造船业啊，但是它不能损害别的国家去发展造船业啊，这个也不是我们整个国际规则或者大家共同希望看到的。当然了，除了这些，我们说还有什么因素？刚才您也问到了这个。 新的能源，对吧？下一步中国影响船厂的，我觉得现在中国船厂面临的问题啊，不仅仅是中国船厂面临的问题，是整个全球船厂面临的问题。比如说中国、日本、韩国啊，当然日韩面临的更严重一点，中国未来可能也会，就是劳动力可持续供给的问题啊，这个是所有船厂，甚至是未来要进入的。比如说我们说，比如说越南、印度，看似有很多的熟练的，有很多劳动力。 但是现在的造船业啊，我们前面几位老总都已经提到了，现在的造船业是发展一个非常成熟的管理体系。如果刚才您问啊，我这个船舶的基础设施，造箱船、造气体船、造什么啊，这个专业性，其实大部分的基础设施是可以造任何船型的啊，原则上来说。但是呢，这个船厂更善于管理我的整个体系是为造气体船的啊，我是造箱船的，我是造散货船的。大家在不同的领域里。 会有那么2、3型作为主打产品， 因为它也要应对市场波动。今年是箱船，明年是油船，那下一年可能是气体船啊，这个是船厂自己的风险管控。所以说呢，为当前的这种船舶工业已经脱离了我们说20年前、30年前我有人有钱啊有图纸就可以造的，它是一个完全系统性的工程。任何一个国家进入呢，它既要考虑我有资本啊，我可以拉来外国的投资啊，我可以有自己的怎么去资助，但是人呢，整个这个系统体系的建设是需要数十年的啊。这个造船业应该说是这样的。那这个问题我已经说过，这是中日韩包括未来的国家怎么有成熟可靠的劳动力。中国也有自己的探索，比如说我们作为协会，我们欢迎其实也有很多国外的合作商啊，在跟我们船厂在合作去自动化造船啊，在系统的做做 MIS 啊，做 ERP 啊，这些系统都在一起做啊。大家也欢迎大家呢有机会去中国的船厂看一看啊。现在的船厂跟10年、20年前已经完全不一样了，这个基础设施是天翻地覆的。所以我们说呢，通过这些管理的变化，实现了我们活跃产能或者说完工量的提升啊，它不一定非得靠新建船厂啊，其实通过效率的提升是提高了很大的产能的变化。这是一个共同面对的，不止中国要面对。那第二个呢，还是技术路线，就是所有的船厂生产的产品是要满足我们船东需求的。船东目前面临的挑战就是未来绿色航运减排的技术路线到底是什么？那当然，我们也看到了 IMO 的 NZF 有一定的挑战性，现在不好说了。现在不能说不好说，不敢多说啊，要看最后的结果。那绿色减排一直是一个长期持续的方向，因为至少 IMO 这个没定，但是欧盟的 EU 的这个 Maritime 它的整个这个 ETS 都已经敲定摆在那里。那未来绿色的发展，船厂端怎么去给客户提供更好的解决方案啊，去满足更多的合规，但这种合规又可获得啊，要 affordable 可以或者说可承受的，这是给所有船厂的挑战。啊，不管你联合任何一方面，船东不接受，那你的产品很难去让他做。那这是第二点。那第三点呢，就是说我们看到现在目前啊，这个对整个船厂的挑战还来自于又回到生产上啊。前面我说第一个是劳动力，是整个人的可持续。那第二个呢是来自于这个我们说的这个产品的可持续。第三个呢就是我们说生产整个体系的融合性上。现在的船不仅仅是当年的一艘船，我们刚才您提到的核动力。对吧？这个可不成型，我们先不论啊。这个还有很多新的技术融合进来，那就像是其他的重工业一样啊。未来的我们说智能化技术、数字化技术，甚至电池电动化技术，这个船它是一个平衡的载体啊。它未来的形式是多样性的。我们现在看到的是这样的，那未来可能是突破空间的一种。所以说第三种就是跟各个行业的融合，其实也是对船厂一个巨大的挑战。当然，如果说最后一点，第四点就是。现在不管是中国船厂、韩国船厂，都有大量的在手的订单，就怎么去能够合规、按期、按时的给船东交付，这也是一个很重要的一种挑战啊。这一点呢，应该说不只是船厂要去做，供应链也很重要，因为很多时候不是卡在了船厂不够生产，而是卡在了我们的供应链上，有很多甚至国际供应链上啊，影响了船厂的进度啊。这种现象既存在在中国。也存在在韩国，所以说这4个问题呢，应该说是共同的。当然了，如果硬要说还有第5个，我们凑一个5的话，那就是大家共同的对这种船舶工业、全球船舶工业、全球海事工业共同的一种共识的认同。我们还要坚持专业化、高效化，少受外界的干扰，少受外界以外的非专业人士的干扰。因为我相信在座的如果都是专业人士的话，是很能理解中国船舶工业是怎么发展到现在这样的。你是能真正业内人士是从来不看我们说那些因素的。
Okay.
这就是我的回答，谢谢。
Right. Very interesting points that you made. You made the 5 points I've mentioned. And right now we are at this peak of the shipbuilding market. A lot of shipyards have got 3 or 4 or even 5 years new buildings lined up. I understand that there are also quite a few new shipyards that's established that came up in China over the last 2 years. And I came across a report that some shipyards in Jiangsu have filed petition against a particular shipyard for what do you call this, poaching their workers with the highest salary. Mr. Lee, your shipyard is in Jiangsu, Jiangyin. Do you face this problem?
Yes, this is a very good question. And very frankly speaking, what I mentioned before in my words, that the last point is about the culture.
Yeah.
So the most important for a shipyard, I think, if the culture make all your employees feel like you are just one family, then this is very, very important for all the employees. Frankly speaking, for Chenxi Shipyard, we have a lot of former employees. They have some new jobs in other shipyards in Jiangsu province. But right now, as far as I heard, many of them want to come back. But anyway, there are some exceptional that there are 2 or 3 in the senior management in New Yangtze, so they have got a good salary. But right now, for our culture, that we make all the employees feel like one family. So this is very important. Sometimes not just about the salary, and they feel comfortable, feel happy. So this is very important for shipyard. Thank you.
Right. So what you're saying is that company's culture, we have to play. It plays an important role in keeping your staff.
Correct.
Okay. Right. Mr. Yan Hao, technology. How is COSCO Shipping using technology, AI to help with your retrofitting or design? Can you share with us, please?
Very nice question. I suggest I speak in Chinese again. Yeah, because we are still in the beginning to organize all such resources. Okay. 我觉得讲中文会比较好，因为这个搞数字化的船厂的管理，特别是我们修船，这还是在一个开拓和摸索的阶段。其实我们呢，整个中海洋重工在25年上半年就建立了这个船重工推广数字化管理，在重工是2级公司有数字化部，我们每个企业都有这个科创部和数字化部，每个企业都有自己的数字化的部门。因为相比较造船而言，修船更杂，非常杂。我们造船呢，刚刚我们曹总讲，每个厂都能造船，但是按照自己的体系，倾向性的选择船型去造，每个厂都这样。当然我们 Starry 什么船都设计应该是这样。这样是这个全方位的修船，我们确实，我厂里每天有30条船，10几个船型。所以呢，我们呢搞数字化，搞 AI。所以要研究的非常匹配，而修船的计划是几乎叫朝令夕改，靠天吃饭，等等等等，是一个这个相当于我们修车。所以我们在数字化的探索中呢，我们还在初始阶段，这第一。刚刚你提的第2个问题，就是我们双料改造，确实，我们呢目前正在积累，因为非常有幸，这个几乎行业中所有的双料的改造都在我厂里。几乎都在我厂里，还有一种华人大众2020年改了一条哈劳的，然后24年，这个新亚做分包改了一条马士基的，其他的这个大箱子船的改造都在我这里，我们都做 EPC 的总包的操作。我们在这个项目的执行的过程中积累，首先从合同模型我们完全按照造船，第2个呢项目管理按照我们自己的体系，那重要的基础和积累，我们不断的持续改进。是我们应该说对商料的项目的执行的可靠的保障。我现在比较可靠的是90天交一条船，其实是然后呢，我们这个如果单改主机的话，我们还要比90天还少几天，还有挑战。为了保证这些，我们不仅是在就是说从设计到全球采购到船厂的条线管理，我们靠 AI 靠数字化，我们在摸索，我们同样把一个加注。在整个25年，我自己也特别研究的，我们把船靠船加注、加甲醇、加 RNG， 从开始出船到成熟，我加了10条船，最多给达飞，就是我们互动造了2万3，我加了12000船，还不止一次，一个晚上加完了，然后呢可以开到汉堡，途中不要再加，这是我们所开拓的，当然我们的经验跟大家分享，这个国有企业嘛，跟大家分享，搞甲醇、搞 RNG， 这个我们前几天还加了1条，然后月底又要加。这些呢都在数字化的积累、摸索，应该说我们还在初级阶段。
OK。
这是很大挑战，也是一个很好的课题。回答你的问题。
谢谢你啊。 Mr. Zhou, how about for Starry? How are you engaging with AI and 5G with your design or twin?
That's a hot topic about AI and 5G. 我们这组时间控制的还比较好，我用中文来跟大家汇报吧。实际设计如果全面用 AI 加 CAD 啊等等，还是非常困难的。目前我们在局部，比如说在线型的优化以及水动力，还有螺旋桨设计等等方面在尝试用 AI， 包括结构的开孔的优化。但是呢，我觉得 Starry 有足够的能力去给船厂供图，所以 Starry 用不用 AI 不重要，主要是整个的制造在 AI 的全面使用上呢，最后又要对我们设计提出新的更高的要求。那么现在船厂的小阻力已经可以半自动化，甚至朝着全自动化去努力。我想3到5年之内，按照马斯克和王星星的乐观预期，可能人形机器人就上船了。那么中组和分段可能也不是问题，起码70%-80%机器人干的，人在补这个最难弄的地方，或者做一些检查，就好了。但是这样的模式呢，可能对设计的精细程度，包括为什么讲 Starry 有 production design，生产设计，但是呢，我们做不了太多，因为现在船厂的生产设计的要求越来越高，和我们07、08年刚开始做生产设计完全不是一样。实际生产设计相当于边设计边把它模拟建造了一下。像我们承锡厂还有互动厂，他们做的精细的时候，生产设计已经考虑了我用的是哪一个设备来运，在哪个托盘里去放这些零部件。那这个已经是朝着像汽车、飞机的这种更机械化管理的方向去发展。但是船是 tailor made， 它有很多的个性化的需求，真正做标准化是不现实的。那这也是我们这么多的船厂可以同台竞技，能够相得益彰的并存。无论是我们讲国有的和民企，实际只要有银行在，企业信誉良好，在中国这个国企和民企也没啥大的区别。我们是一个开放的市场，这个不排斥外资。原来还给外资这个超国民待遇，现在税是一样的，原来外资还优惠。那么民营企业现在一样的在人力市场上面都取得了很好的发展。那实际在推动 AI 和5G 在船厂应用的时候，我们集团的几个领先的船厂，包括江苏的民营企业，也包括像芜湖等等，都做了很多有益的尝试。因为日本、韩国在这一块也没有领先的经验，大家结合自己在汽车行业的经验，比如说芜湖，那么我们中船结合跟像江南跟华为还有中国联通，那么一起，起码先把所有的汉 G 用5G 拖起来，原来4G 和 WiFi 是拖不动的，要么是有盲区太多，这个老掉线，要么就是数量多了连不起来。那现在很精确的一台汉机干多少，这个很清楚啊。当然我不是生产的专家，我点到即止，就是说对整个是一个新的流程再造和新的要求。然后今天其实大家已经讲了很多，我对前面2个话题比较感兴趣。我们这组时间控制好，用1分钟把前面东西穿起来啊。整个这个船舶市场影响最大的是政治经济形势。那上午从这个市场形势的分析到 panel discussion， 大家都提了这个问题。川普呢极其不靠谱啊，只有 Taco 是靠谱的啊。这个大家其实已经很清楚了，但是它对这个整个市场的影响非常之大。但是我这段为什么用中文讲？因为在那个最敏感的时候，在欧洲，我把这个 CNN、BBC， 还有那个彭博全部穿起来看，到最后，当时大家都觉得这关税不靠谱。现在大家看到了，受到了内外部很多的影响。那同样的 USTR，就在这个刚刚生效的时候，我去了，因为 TradeWinds 有的时候被叫成花边社，所以我不讲具体船东的名字啊。我去了一家希腊的船东，他是整个基于美国资本市场的发展非常快，新生代的船东。我就问他，我说对你有影响吗？他说没啥影响，我反正都单船公司，我有这么多船，跑美国的用很小一部分就够了，我有韩国造的船。那同样的一个以色列的这个船东，独立船东里非常非常大的，就在那个生效的时候，他跑到中国，跑到了广州，跑到了大连，高调的去签约交船。这个以色列是偏西方的这个逻辑，但是能赚钱才是王道，有好的交付。以 PCTC 为例，我们广船应该还有很好的 profit， 但是可能这种船的溢价，韩国人要有15%到20%，那没有船东会愿意花15%到20%去订一个货船，可能散货船、游船 大家在5%以内，那么根据交期啊什么，这个是合理的一个差别。那刚刚我们互动王总也讲，它的效率也上来了。那后面提到一个风险，是从系统工程学的角度来讲，这个最后出现的问题80%在设计，所以有经验的设计师非常重要。这一点呢，恰恰是中国有最多的大学，有最多饱经历练的人。那么 Starry Mark 我们叫详细设计的第三方公司。那么我们中船的船厂，包括中远招商也都在大力的建设自己的设计能力。那这个可以保证我们的风险不要爆发在交付的阶段。那其实中国还有继续提升的机会。刚刚您的问题就是 AI 加5G，但是不止这个，在所有的目前的黑灯工厂里面，中国的示范工厂非常多。希望下一个出现在船舶领域。那么 AI 加5G 加人形机器人，把90%的活干了。那最后回到一个问题，可能后面您也要问的，就是这个中国能持续多久？毛主席写了"星星之火可以燎原"，这个习总书记讲下一个中国还是中国。为什么这么讲呢？可能中国的发展会拖动世界进入人类大同，其实跟马斯克讲的是一样的。再过5年，机器人在干活，在座的各位需要什么？只需要用LLM 大语言模型下一个命令，我要一个5层的汉堡包，跟黄仁勋讲的这个5层的什么什么结构一样的，那可能机器人就给你拿来了，进入了共产主义社会。所以是机器人在干活。那么基于中国的技术、美国的技术，目前技术加速在两边也是基本上在平行和交替进行当中。话有点多，到此为止。
And for you, Mr. Wong, then on this automations and robotics, how is it helping with your yachts in production today?
So I also answer this question in Chinese. It's better. So, 对的，其实我分享一个花絮，我们内部在职工工会讨论的时候，今年第一次有工人提出来，我的岗位以后被机器人替代了怎么办？啊，很有意思，我们第一次听到了工人有这样的考虑，的确。那么现在，刚才朱院长讲，现在很多小组力我们有全自动的，就是这个生产线，包括。
譬如呢 ？Examples？ 生产线。
对，比如说我们的旋侧的勒板上面的骨材、加强筋、勒板，它全部都是就是像机器人可以自动的焊接。那么后面可能我们有新的长兴岛的这个2期的这个分段的产线，也会大量的应用这些新的这些技术，那么来其实刚才其实高总都讲，我们非常认同，就是说现在其实中国工人的人力成本的优势其实不是那么大，而且可以预见到我们的工人、我们的劳动力的成本的这方面的优势，这个不是一个合理的现象，因为你同样一个工作，为什么中国工人的工资就低？所以呢，从方方面面来讲，我们去利用新的这些技术，包括刚才也讲了，就是说，比如说我们焦聚在这个大型燃气船、集装箱船焦聚在这个领域，我们有自己的管理的系统，从各方面进行相关的这个提升，从技术、从管理上面来打造我们整个中国船厂的自己独有的一套系统这个优势。所以我非常认同。以后并不是说哪里人力资源便宜，这个造船就去哪里。我们不是认为这样。
谢谢 ，Thank you. Another question that would like to ask shipyard as well as Mr. Chow is the rising of the shipyards in Indonesia and Vietnam. Do you think that there's a possibility of Chinese shipbuilders working with them, like what the Koreans are doing with shipyards in Vietnam and India? Is there a possibility? Expand outwards. Expand beyond China for shipyards, Chinese shipyards.
OK，那我还是用中文来回答。我个人感觉，其实刚才我们已经讨论了很多了。中国的很多的优势其实并不是单一的体现在一个低廉的劳动价格上面，而是一个整体的竞争力。那我们下一步的一个主要的工作和方向，其实还是更多的向内求。对比像韩国，它可能在越南啊，在其他的国家有一些它的分包商，有跟它的合作商，有他们在这些东南亚国家建的一些场地。 但是呢，对于中国而言，刚才也提到了，我们更多的是面向于一些新的科技、新的模式，还有一个整体的行业的系统性的一个打造。那我们觉得我们自己内部的潜力还有很多可挖，而且有很多的空间可以发展，还有更多元化的一些合作模式可以打开。所以在这种前提下，我们觉得，我们抱着一个开放的心态，跟大家一起来合作，我们一起建立一个人类命运共同体的一个大方向。但是另外一方面，我们更多的自己向内求，我们把自己的内功练好。还有另外刚才也提到了，天下武功唯快不破，我们做的足够快，更新迭代的足够快。你也可以看到，不管像电动汽车、像手机，不断的迭代更新，我觉得我们就还有更多的空间、更多的潜力可挖。谢谢。
就是以这个 value-added vessels 发展下去。
value-added。
对
Yes。
好，而不是说
high-tech。
high-tech vessels。对
Yes。
明白。OK。Shanghai shipyard. You're right now. You're also doing ship repairing and shipbuilding. Is there a day where you will become a complete shipbuilding yard, or you intend to do this dual business? Because you've got how many yards right now under Shanghai? 2, 3, 4 shipyards. From one that I know now,
we have 4
4
bases. We say it's our subsidiary companies, and we have 4 bases. Along the Yangtze River, and another one is in Guangxi province. So this is a very fun question. That this is also what is the strategy for Shanghai for next phase. We are wondering how we can use this repair yard and the new building yard combine the advantages. So I think the first point is, for new building and the repair, firstly, we share the customer information. And for the repair yard, Mr. Yan understand that every year we have more than 150 or 200 vessels come here, and like 50 or to 100 customers come to shipyard. So, but for new building shipyard, there will just be like 13, 14 ship owners. So we share the ship owners' information, and we understand when they come to shipyard to do repair work, we understand what is their demand, whether they need some new building. So this is share information. And secondly, I think is for new building yard, we work together our repair business. We understand what is the real demand from the ship owner during the operation. Like 20 years, 25 years, what is their really demand? So we can put some information or some in the specification. And from very beginning, we understand what is the demand of the ship owner. Then we make our new building work more smooth. And that is good for the delivery. And the last part is the merge of the different culture or the different ways to work. Because I think for repair yard, the most important is service. And that service is not provide service to the owner. But for the new building, we provide the product. It's an industry, right? So we combine these 2 culture together. That will make the shipyard become more strong. And during the different period, this is a big cycle. And right now it seems the new building is the peak, but maybe 5 years later there will be some change. So we balance this peak. So this is very important for for Shanghai shipyard. Back to your question, I think we will not become the company in the new building yard, but still keep this repair business as our core business. Because in Chinese, we are calling 中船晨曦船舶修造有限公司 and repair before new building. Thank you.
Can I ask a sensitive question? Which one is bringing more money to Shanghai?
Okay, I will tell you privately. Thank you. But anyway, we are not just focused on which is money maker, but also we make these 2 different culture to combine together to benefit for the future of the shipyard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. For Mr. Yan Hao, do you foresee that some other yards in Taizhou, in Zhejiang province, where they're handling a lot of ship repairing, do you see them coming in to be involved in retrofitting and conversion and sort of be your competitor in the near run?
这样，首先呢，我简要介绍一下我们中远海运重工。我们中远海运重工是中远海运集团的下属二级企业，聚焦于 shipbuilding， ship repair, offshore construction 和 equipment, application supply。所以我们有造船、有海工、有修船、有设备配套4大板块。我们除了主机，其他都干；除了发动机，其他都做。我们4个产业4个板块。第二个，我们中远海运重工从南到北有5家主营船厂，再加上25年又增加了2块，所以我们自己有一个总体平衡。造船除了上海和启东启东现在也要造船和南通，其他都有修造并举。我们上海的工厂目前呢2个业务，一个呢修船和改造，另外还有一个海上石油平台的改造，我们也是很多年的运营成熟。简要的说，现在是一个造船市场飞黄腾达的时代，造船的企业都非常受益包括配套的做设计的都是。修船呢，相对来说没有这么风浪风谷的这么激荡的起伏。修船呢相对比较稳，但是这些年呢，我前面所介绍的，我们上海中远海运重工为什么在商业改造，就是修船的模式做造船，替补，因为我们不造船。除了我们上海不造船，其他厂都造。我们以修船方式做造船，对自己的产业是一个补充，同时对于造船的市场也是个补充。我们合同签订15个月的那期，加3个月就可以交一条船，这是我们已经很成熟的一个产品。第二个，要说修船造船怎么盈利，修造并举的晨曦肯定有自己体会。我们有一种，这个跟着市场走。晨曦过去非常著名的修船，在我们过去30年中船工业的。这个我们中远集团从修船起步，慢慢搞造船，从南北川起步，现在我们扬州做得很大。那我们本业的修船本业还是做得比较强大的，而且我们从南到北。然后就回答你的问题，在行业里面竞争对手那肯定有，中船的我们既合作也竞争。在上海我们是合作非常愉快，因为沪东江南造我们修，我们改。然后呢还有晨曦也算中船的，有修北方北船有修有造。第二个，我们中船中远外的还有招商，也不错，有的呢修船做得不错，当然有的呢也有招商工业，也有造船，目前还规模小一点，厂不少，规模小一点。体系外的舟山有很多的民营企业，但是做这个商业改造，传统非常直观的倾向叫 EPC， 就整包模式。你的企业要能做设计、全球采购和最容易做的建造。但是也是最难管理建造，然后到集成调试，所以完全需要以造船的模式来做这个商业改造。所以我们可以看到的有限的竞争对手，目前看中船的竞争对手、招商的竞争对手和我们国企以外的舟山的一些少数的民营企业，但他们都一般欠缺设计，要自主的设计加集成调试，还有全球采购，这个还真需要自己的团队，没有自己团队这活做不好。这个行业中大家可以看到，当然，央企我们都是央企有责任在行业中率先的去引领，同时跟社会分享，这是我们的这个社会责任，所以可以看在这么强大的船舶与海洋工业整个的行业市场支撑下，我们呢在中国非常多的民营企业也会快速的这个投入到这个商业的改造，也是有的。回答你的问题。
谢谢。对。Last question for you guys. Like what Yanis has mentioned earlier, the capacity of shipyards and shipbuilding capacity in China is growing almost double. Do you foresee that the industry here is facing any involution where there's an intense internal competition that may suppress your margin and growth? Perhaps Mr. Chow, you can help us with this.
我看时间也快到了，我简单说因为前面再给留几位船厂大佬们再去分享。 其实，能力呢，其实我刚才说到了，是船东下了很多单啊，能力才扩张的，不是能力扩张了才有这么多单。所以未来呢，关注市场非常关键，这个市场走向。那我们回顾到07年的话，谁也不知道08年会发生金融危机。07年的首次订单量也是5年以上，对吧？08年发生了次贷危机，那市场这样。所以对未来的这个中国的产能也好，其他世界的产能也好，现在归根结底在于政治经济整个的外部影响。我非常同意前面那个李总说到的。当然了，我们也看到了市场的信心，就是前面的专家那个 Arrow 公司的专家讲得非常好，有很多的老旧船舶等待去替代啊，这个是支持新造船市场稳定的最重要的因素。所以判断它这个能力的问题本身就是一个相对的问题，需要来看市场未来的发展。
Right. Sorry. Just any questions from the floor? No? Okay. Right. Okay, please. Sorry. Please introduce yourself and
I am Anne from Klaveness. I wanted to ask if the gentleman here thinks the Chinese shipbuilding industry view your dominance should be doing more to push or force the green transition or transition to green or greener fuels, that you should force us ship owners to change. Help us go in that direction.
I thought it's just a recommendation, but I think
should you be doing more?
This is our obligation also. Like what we use Chinese and English during the panel discussion, we use dual language, but also for dual fuel and for the future. Like the zero emission is also our obligation, and like from start our design phase and during our construction phase, and also for the supply chains updates for the more green technology, we are doing it every day. That's our obligation. Yes.
Actually, for the green translation, this kind of things is good for our shipyard. We will try our best to do the design, the construction, to provide the service to the clients. But the key is, I think, the IMO regulation. We are ready, but where is 就是可以承受刚才说的，就是可以承受的这个氯胺也好，氯醇也好，哪里来？我觉得要解决这个问题。那么我们是 OK 的。
anyone else? If not, I think we'll end the session now. And thank you, gentlemen. It's very interesting to hear what you have to say about this industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And, well, that brings our show to an end. We say thank you to our panelists and everybody who took part. And I've got 4 things to remind you of now before we end. First of all, make sure you leave your headsets on the table. Don't take them with you. They won't play any Spotify tunes. Secondly, a reminder that in a month, we've got Singapore. So if you feel like coming down to Singapore and you want to save some money, scan that QR code and you'll get 20% off. Really? 20% off? Excellent. And use that code, China 2026. So, and hopefully see some of you in Singapore for Singapore Maritime Week. The third is to say thank you to our sponsors and all of the panelists, and for you for taking part. Can I just ask one little question? Could you put your hand up if you downloaded the app for this event, please? Put your hand up. That's not even half of you. No wonder we didn't get a lot of questions. Okay, that's worth knowing. Thank you for that. And now, the last point is, I'm going to walk through that door and find myself a glass of red wine. Please come out and join me. Thank you very much, everybody.